Hi, everybody, and a very warm welcome to Sweet Sustainability, Cocoa Agroforestry Advantages, Day 2. We had a wonderful first day where we explored a number of important issues around how cocoa agroforestry intersects with a number of environmental questions. And today, we're going to be digging into a slightly different angle. Day 2 is dedicated more to the question of how cocoa agroforestry can work for industry and for governments, as well as for finance. Day 3 is going to be about how we make cocoa agroforestry farmer-centric and put farmers at the heart of decision-making. So that's sort of the thematic overarching arc of the 3 days of the conference. And we're very excited about the second day. Today, we're going to have a couple of panels, one which is about yields. The second panel is going to be about how countries can create an enabling environment for cocoa agroforestry. So that panel is called Cocoa Agroforestry Promotion by, for, and with countries. And our third and last panel of the day is about financing cocoa agroforestry. But before we get into these really exciting panels, we have a fantastic moderator to kick off our day. He's also going to be wrapping up the day. He practically needs no introduction. Most people who work in cocoa have met this individual already. His name is Jack Stein. Jack is the co-founder of Chocoa, which is one of the, if not the biggest annual meeting place for cocoa stakeholders. He's also the co-founder of Equipoise, which is a consultancy for sustainable cocoa. And Jack is directly involved in the sustainability of the cocoa chain through other platforms as well. Besides Chocoa and Equipoise, he is the chair of the International Technical Committee that's been developing a new ISO and CEN standard for sustainable and traceable cocoa. Many people who are logging into this conference as attendees and also many of the participants have been involved in that ISO and CEN process. So you all know Jack very well, I think, through there. And Jack has also contributed as the content coordinator to the Second World Cocoa Conference, which is the biennial event of the ICCO. We're extremely lucky, of course, as well, to be joined on day 3 at the end of our conference to close it out by the director, the executive director of the ICCO, Michel Arion. So Jack is sort of in a number of intersecting spaces. He's a true hero for sustainability, somebody who's thought a lot about financing agroforestry. And Jack, it's an honor to have you with us today. Let me hand it over to you, and you kick us off with some opening thoughts that will help structure the whole day.
Thank you, Itel. Thank you for inviting me to speak on this second day of the conference, a second day that I feel much better at home than at the first day. I learned a lot yesterday about the economic parts of agroforestry. But I'm an economist, so what's going to happen today to me is much more interesting. And in introducing today, I will be posing some questions that I hope are going to be answered during the day, at least questions that I have that I'm thinking about agroforestry and the many possibilities that agroforestry offers. I'm a notorious optimistic guy, and I think agroforestry, there's a business case for agroforestry, and it will find its way throughout the cocoa sector. Could you pass to the next slide, please? So the first session today is about yields in the cocoa agroforestry, and yesterday there was a discussion whether yields are impacted by agroforestry, whether there are lower yields. And what I understood is that in the overall life cycle of cocoa, there is no yield impact, but at the early years there is. But then again, for farmers, the early years are very important. They don't have a long-term view. They must survive day to day. So if there is a yield loss, how then can we compensate that? This is something that I think we should discuss today. And how else can they be convinced that it's in their interest to protect the existing trees? And especially, I think in West African countries, there's still a lot to gain with applying good agricultural practices to improve yield. Average yields are rather low as compared to, for instance, Latin America. So maybe if CAP trainings and agroforestry trainings are combined, then there would be a yield increase from the beginning. And then yield is not only about cocoa yield, it's also about the other possibilities that farmers have in further diversification. And then I think it should not be diversification as we have always thought it should be. Please go to the next slide. I think in that case, we should be rethinking diversification. Because indeed, if increased productivity allows farmers to have less land and more cocoa, or the same cocoa volume with less land, then they can set part of their land aside for other crops. These crops could also be forest trees. But then there is some other support that is needed than we've done up to now when we are talking about diversification. Of course, it means an improved resilience for the farmers against climate change, because, as I learned yesterday, because of the forest cover, the microclimate that is created will protect the cocoa plants. So climate change is mitigated, and farmers can adapt to climate change by applying new strategies. So they decrease their dependence on the crop. But then if you want to move into successful diversification, and I hope to hear a lot about that today and tomorrow, then you have to select new crops that have different production cycles from cocoa, because they should be harvested in other periods than you harvest cocoa. That makes it also economically more interesting, because then you can use labor and all capital, trucks and so on for a longer period. Of course, resilient to new climate conditions, but also different price cycles from cocoa, because nowadays much of the diversification is by farmers producing for local markets, for instance, cassava in West Africa. But then if the prices of cocoa are bad, the prices on the local markets are bad. So it doesn't bring much income resilience. And if the prices of cocoa are high, then there is no time to work on the other crops. So it's very important to have a look at what kind of diversification you would help farmers to move into. And in fact, you are helping them to move into unknown territories. So again, this sets, please next slide, sets a new dimension to diversification. Of course, everything depends on the factor, the natural conditions for crops, of course, that's again economy. But then distance to markets. If you are going to move into, let's say, mango trees, then you should have a certain distance to the market. Otherwise, the mango will not reach it before it's overripe. It's all about these things, but also legal environment. I will come back to that in a later stage. So, in fact, agroforestry can be supported by diversification, because that improves farmer resilience and will help us convince farmers that agroforestry is in their interest. But then we need to have another approach to diversification, and we have to have a lot of people working together. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is what I call rethinking the enabling environment for diversification. Because farmers, they should be helped to find new product market combinations. They cannot think of themselves, hey, let's grow avocados, or let's grow, if they have never done so, if there's not a market nearby, then this is something that they need to be helped to move towards. And then farmer organizations, they are used to buying cocoa from their farmers and sell it to international markets. They also have to be helped, trained, supported to move into new product market combinations. All the extension services in the region are based on cocoa. That should be changed. If there is processing capacity in the region, it's also related to cocoa. in the end, farmer organizations, they understand how farmer prices work because they're used to that. But now they have to move into a new market with new market intelligence. That's something that is not on this sheet, but that's very, very important. We have to create a legal framework that allows farmers to benefit from carbon sequestration, because that's also a part of diversification, carbon sequestration, and environmental services. These are new services. You can call them diversified services. Farmers are not used to that. Regions are not used to that. Extension services are not used to that. If we want to move into that direction, and I hope this part of the conference today will give an answer to that, we have to take all these things in mind. Please go to the next slide. So then the second panel is about the promotion for cocoa agroforestry countries. Again, it is about rearranging the infrastructure. And this is something where countries, where international support is needed, where national policies are needed, because many countries have a cocoa policy. They have also other policies, but now they should move into an integrated policy where the new products that can be produced by agroforest plantation, agroforestry, can find their way to the market. These structures are already mentioned, the legal structures that you need to allow farmers to benefit from the economic value of the sequestration. We saw yesterday that sometimes, depending on the kind of forest that you are moving towards to, you speak about 50 tons, 60 tons, 70 tons of carbon sequestration. Actual price is €50 per ton. If you would be able to have that money flow into the revenue, the family revenue of farmers, that of course will be very important. This is the carbon sequestration in trees. There's a lot of carbon sequestration also in the soil of farms. So there's a potential for quite some extra money, and calculations have shown that in some cases, the income from carbon sequestration could be just as high as the income from cocoa. So again, it is a very important move to make. And yesterday, we were talking a lot about Cote d'Ivoire, about Ghana. I was very happy to see also Cameroon involved. What we should also pay attention to is how to help countries that still have a large forest cover, like Liberia, Sierra Leone, Democratic Republic of Congo. Help those countries benefit from their existing forest cover and help them prevent deforestation, because we are still in a position now to do so. It may be too late in a later stage. And there's a huge potential. Those countries are now preparing to move into the market to improve the cocoa quality, to improve their cocoa production, grow the cocoa production. So it's at this stage that plans should be made to help them. And then again, there's a lot of potential as well in the new free trade agreements, the new African free trade agreements, free trade agreements in Asia, Latin America. This is something that is not in the eye of the farmer, but this is something a farmer can potentially benefit from. And again, moving into other crops that help protect the forest is something that is only possible when the farmers are supported to find those new markets. Can I have the next slide, please? One of my activities is in the field of single origin cocoa, fine flavor cocoa, cocoa that has a large premium. And this cocoa is a small market, but it grows very rapidly. And if you understand that in those markets, consumers buy not just chocolate, they buy an experience that comes with the chocolate. So it is a lot about storytelling, about saying how this cocoa was grown, that was used to make the chocolate, and forest-friendly chocolate made from forest-friendly cocoa is one of those stories. This is chocolate that can sell at premium prices. And we are working together with IDH in the Gola rainforest in Sierra Leone, where the Cocoa Origins project is supporting a development of forest-friendly chocolate. It is very important that this notion, this concept, becomes official, because then it can be used to improve farmer income from cocoa from agroforestry. Can I have the next slide, please? So the last part of today is about financing cocoa agroforestry. And just recently at Chocoa, in February in Amsterdam, we had a panel on impact investments, and the title for that panel was "Money is not an issue." And the outcome of that panel, actually one of the panelists of today was also a panelist at Chocoa, Oliver Hanke. The outcome of that panel was that indeed money is not an issue. It is about formulating a project in such a way that you can make a distinction between the costs and the investments. Investments should be recovered from the revenue of the project, and you can have impact investors, private companies can invest, and then the costs, if they could not be borne by, so there are always, let's say, the risk that is involved, and part of the project that is simply not giving enough return on investment. If you could separate that and then find sources for that investment from grants, then also for converting the existing cocoa structures into agroforestry structures, money should not be a problem. I'm a notorious optimist. This is what I started saying. And I'm very optimistic that today's panels will bring answers to those questions that I just put forward, and answers to all other questions that people might have. And I think we're looking forward to a bright future for agroforestry, and to a very, very interesting conference today. Thank you.
Jack, that was so inspiring and uplifting. And I think that you embody one of the mottos of the Smithsonian, which is Earth optimism, which is a core value for the Smithsonian. And I think something that inspires a lot of us too. You know, on day one, I kicked us off by saying it's not too late. It's not too late. There's still time. We've been doing a lot of things wrong on this beautiful planet that is our shared home, but we can change. And now we have so many tools and so much knowledge. And this conference really goes to the heart of that, of figuring out how can we roll out positive changes in cocoa agriculture that will benefit all the parties and become a triple win for farmers, for forests, for the whole planetary ecosystems that cocoa is a part of, and also for industry and government. So without further ado, let me transition us over to our first panel of the day, which is about yields in cocoa agroforestry. Of course, this is something that came up yesterday during our Cocoa and Environment Day, and I'm sure it's going to come up again tomorrow in the Cocoa and Farmers Day. It's something that many people are extremely concerned about, because it goes to the heart of the viability of the cocoa industry. So this panel is going to have a lot of hot topics to cover. And we're extremely lucky to have a talented moderator named Vivanu Gnesunu. Many of you have seen him as the unflappable moderator of the EU Cocoa Talks, where he's been masterfully bringing people from all different walks of life and ensuring that there's this incredible flow of information as the EU Cocoa Talks have been delving into some of the thorniest issues in sustainability that bedevil the industry and how to find a good way forward. And Vivanu is actually an economist and a financial expert with over 20 years of experience in sustainable development policy. He also is an expert in sectoral strategies, design and implementation, business management, aid programming, and trade negotiation, as well as corporate social responsibility. And although he is now the Executive Business and Development Policy Advisor at Valregius, he previously was the Undersecretary General, for Sustainable Economic Development and Commerce at the Organization of African, Caribbean, and Pacific States. So in that role, he developed agricultural and development policies, which have given him this bird's eye view over how trade policy intersects with development and also agriculture. So Vivanu, it's a pleasure to have you with us today. I'm handing it over to you to kickstart your panel.
Thank you very much, Ethel, for this introduction, and also thank you to Carl for this brilliant introduction of the day. Somehow also recapping what was discussed yesterday. Indeed, yesterday was quite also informative for some of us who learn a lot, and I think the introduction just made clearly by Jack, sorry, also clarify things and maybe reminded us few of the things that maybe we also have to dwell into this afternoon from those who are sitting this side of the world. So today we have 4 panelists in this panel, and I'm sure as you just introduced, they will also bring us a lot of information to try to clarify this idea of trade-off, which we can perceive sometime. And when we talk about agroforestry and cocoa, and clearly the industry, it was mentioned, was or appeared to be reluctant somehow to really adopt the agroforestry in the cocoa sector as an approach to bring more sustainability. But certainly they have reason for that, and some of those reasons have been mentioned. But again, when you're talking about agroforestry and we're talking about having a larger shade or canopy, we have also to keep in mind that in some situation in the past we have seen the agronomists proposing to the farmers to change or to have more shade or less, and linking it also with the yield they could have in their production in their farm. So yes, it doesn't come from nowhere. There's a background for this reluctance, but I think we have now around the table people who should be able to guide us further and to tell us really where the truth is in this discussion. So we have, as I mentioned, for this, and we are very, very grateful for our colleague who has just joined us, because she's replacing Joss, who know he was in the previous agenda, but Joss can no longer be with us. But we have Angela Tejada Chavez will be replacing him, and I will introduce her when we come to that. So my proposal is that I will introduce the speakers when they will be taking the floor, so you will keep their background in mind when they will be speaking. I will start maybe if that is in accordance with how the slides have been slotted in. We'll start with the order which is on the screen now. So we start with Deborah Faria from the Universidad Estatal de Santa Cruz. Deborah is a researcher at that university in Brazil, where she is one of the foremost national scholars on agroforestry cocoa. Her research focuses on the understanding on how forest loss and fragmentation affect patterns of diversity and ecological processes in anthropogenic landscapes, such as cocoa agroforests. So she addresses biodiversity in anthropogenic landscapes, the value of shade plantation for biodiversity conservation, ecology and conservation of bats, interesting, and endangered species and functional ecology of tropical forests. Personally, it's the first time I'm seeing the link between bats and cocoa, but I'm sure Deborah will educate us on that. So Deborah, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you all, the organizers, for setting this meeting up. And it's really quite extraordinary to share with you some of the insights from the core region of cacao production in Brazil. And I think that this region is very important for the discussion not so much because of this, the representation of Bahia and Brazil on the world's market today, but because it's probably the largest area of cacao agroforest in the world. So it represents a fantastic situation for us to understand the opportunities and shortfalls as well towards balancing production and environmental gains. Next slide, please. So in Brazil, the production is concentrated in the southern part of Bahia state, northeastern Brazil, where cacao is grown by thousands of smallholders. And this area also fully overlaps with the Atlantic forest, which is a biodiverse hotspot, as everybody knows. And in the region, for more than 100 years, the cacao is grown under a traditional agroforest system called cabruca. So rather than deforest and implement an agroforest from scratch, cabrucas were established by thinning the native forest, replacing the original understory with cacao trees, and leaving some trees for shade. Next, please. Yeah. This agroforest serves as habitat for many native species. Actually, 70% of animal groups so far assessed by researchers in the region are reported using cabrucas. Next. But because these plantations are intertwined with, no, sorry, the previous one. Yes, okay. Because these plantations are intertwined with remnants of native forests, they form well-connected, biodiversity-friendly landscape, even for some sensitive species, which is like, for instance, the most emblematic one could be the golden-headed lion tamarin.
Pour des espèces,
oh, sorry.
menacées ou des espèces rares.
I'm listening in French now. Sorry.
I'm so sorry. We had a brief technical glitch where the
no problem.
Translation, the French translation just impinged on your talk. I'm so sorry about that, Deborah.
Okay, sorry. So the biodiversity-friendly landscapes, even for some sensitive endangered species, such as the golden-headed lion tamarin, which is a very emblematic species. And this species is reported roosting on cacao agroforest and used as corridor.
Sorry, Deborah. Justin, sorry, I switched over to Charles for translation.
Thank you very much. It's so confusing here now. So
our apologies, Deborah. We just had two translators handing over from the first translator to the second translator, but now it's sorted out. I'm so sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you. So the point is that the future, unfortunately, of this traditional agroforest is actually uncertain. Next, please. So to enhance per area yields, there's a general tendency of farmers to decrease shade levels by removing the shading trees. And in my lab, we have been assessing ecological consequence of such a practice on a series of biological groups and ecosystem services. Next, please. For instance, we estimated that nearly 60% of the regional carbon stocks are hosted in cabrucas, not in forests. But the widespread shade removal to very low levels, such as predicted by law, would release 2/3 of the amount of carbon currently stocked by native forests. Next. But okay, this intensification actually relies on the assumption that the traditional forest, agroforest, by being too shaded, undertakes short-term gains. So we decided to investigate this assertion and try to understand the relationship between shade, carbon stocks, and production. Next, please. And by doing this, indeed, we found a negative association between carbon stocks and productivity. But it's really important to understand that we observe this only when we are talking about highly shaded agroforests. Next, please. I think next. Yeah, that's yeah. If you look at here, among the farms up to 65 tons per hectare, which is a reasonable high local carbon stock, it's possible to find some producing twice the average of regional levels. Next, please. So translating carbon to shade levels, we suggest that if well managed, for instance, increasing fertilizer inputs and adequate pruning, farms could double regional production under intermediate levels of shade, actually 55%. So this indicates that environmental economic gains can occur at this point. Next, please. And I think it's also important, as most of the panelists previous of me called the attention, to consider climate resilience. So similar to what is predicted for other areas in Africa, we find that the climate in Southern Bahia will become less suitable in 2050 in pessimistic or optimistic scenarios, depending on the model that you assume. But we also find that shade is very important to reduce crop vulnerability to different scenarios of climate change, because they will keep most of the suitable areas. So trees will attenuate, particularly the maximum temperatures for cacao compared with the unshaded plantation. Next. So the message here, the message here is that in Bahia, we find that cacao is not a driver of deforestation like elsewhere. This is very important. It was, but it's no longer. But cacao is actually a major player in any scheme to conserve the native biota. So we need to better understand definitely other dimensions of production, but our study suggests that although we need to decrease levels in highly shaded plantations, there is plenty of room to double regional production while maintaining intermediate levels of shaded agroforest. So this would be a sustainable, biodiversity friendly, and climate smart strategy. Actually, we believe that by being not too shaded, not too open, just right, the region could endure intensification, double its production, and be more resilient to climate change, while contributing to conserve part of its unique biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Deborah, for this perspective. And that even if the Brazil share of cocoa have dropped over the year, Brazil is still the biggest agroforestry hub. So the perspective from Brazil, and this is very, but certainly we come to the Q&A, because you use the term "if well managed." We'll come to that to understand what it takes to well manage later on. But thank you again. We move to the next speaker. Our second speaker for the day is Elsa Saniel. Elsa Saniel is she is a research officer at the French Sustainable Development Nonprofit NITIDAE. She has expertise in ecological, agronomic, and socio-economic agroforestry stakes, cocoa value chain sustainability, and the analysis of agricultural systems at territorial scale, socio-ecological system studies, social science investigation, mapping, and botany. So she has a lot to cover, and she has covered a lot. But previously she was at the University Jean Moulin Lyon 3 and the International Research Center for Agronomy and Development, well known as CIRAD. I think we all know CIRAD. And she also has years of experience in project coordination. I think Elsa is coming to us from, is this from Côte d'Ivoire, Elsa?
No, I'm in France at the moment.
You're in France for the moment. Oh, you're not that lucky. Please take the floor.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So today I will be speaking about agroforestry in Ivory Coast, which has a very particular context regarding agroforestry because it's a country where full sun has dominated for decades. So today I will be talking about farmers' perceptions of trees' effects on yields and trying to understand which lessons we can draw from these perceptions for agroforestry systems design. Yeah, next slide, please. So when we look at agroforestry, there is a theoretical part, which is very positive. We are expecting many benefits from trees. We've been discussing about them since yesterday. Positive impact linked to deep nutrient uptake, soil moisture, shade, soil fertility, hosting pollinators. But then when we look at research results and practices, it's difficult to see how these positive impacts can be translated into better yields, because agroforestry is also a synonym for moisture and shade, which will link to black pod, short-term low yields and rodents. And as Deborah talked about before, when we are looking for a trade-off, we end up with a trade-off being rather low. It's been set at 30% of shade for West Africa. Then we also have a very common assumption saying that farmers are not interested in long-term profits and that they are reluctant to have more trees in their cocoa farm. However, in Ivory Coast, many recent works are witnessing that some farmers are in fact spontaneously adopting some agroforestry practices in their farm. So on the one side, we have this contradiction. We have difficulties to see the benefits translated into short-term yields. We think that farmers are not interested in anything else than having high yields. I'm simplifying a bit. And we have farmers adopting agroforestry. So how can we understand and resolve this contradiction? So next slide, please. Yes. So I have inventoried trees in more than 200 cocoa farms in Ivory Coast in different regions of the country. And I have discussed with farmers trying to note the age of each trees in order to understand the dynamic of the cocoa farms. And when we look at different agroforestry systems, from multi-stratified ones to monoculture like ones or full sun ones, we see that in many farms, we can observe that tree density is in fact increasing. This has started in the last 20 years. In fact, more than 70% of the trees that I have inventoried are less than 20 years old, and 35% of trees are less than 10 years old. So there is a rather recent phenomenon of introduction of trees in cocoa farms and adoption of agroforestry practices. So why can we notice this adoption? Next slide, please. So when to try to understand why farmers are willing to have more trees in their farms, I compared the uses of trees, of old trees, so the one in gray on the chart, and the uses of young trees, trees that are less than 10 years old. When we look at the uses of these young trees, we can see that most of these young trees are expected to deliver agronomic services to the cocoa farm. So farmers are planting or selecting new trees to have agronomic services. And what am I meaning with agronomic services? I'm not talking about yields directly, because when we discuss with farmers, we understand that what they are seeking is not having higher yields, but to lessen the impacts of droughts, of very intense dry periods that are more and more often occurring in Ivory Coast. And by doing so, they are looking to increase their farm resilience. So agroforestry is not a yield increase strategy for farmers, but it's a risk reduction strategy. So then I try to understand a bit further what we are talking about when we are talking about farmers, and why are we so often saying that farmers are not interested in long-term benefits. In fact, we can understand that agroforestry adoption is highly correlated to risk aversion. So farmers who are reluctant to lose some cocoa trees during a dry period, so they are scared about this risk, will adopt agroforestry. And risk aversion itself is also highly correlated to the farm area and to land scarcity. So we have smaller farmers who are adopting agroforestry and farmers who are facing with high land pressure. So when we are talking about farmers, we have to go and see, look a bit deeper at the different types of farmers and which kind of farmers is likely to adopt agroforestry because they want to avoid the risk of the dry season. Next slide, please. So in fact, at short term, adopting agroforestry for these small farmers means avoiding having big workload that is to say replacing dead cocoa trees after very intense dry periods. But at long terms, this can mean maintaining production, and this will end up in having better yields. So I tried to draw a chart that can modelize what farmers are perceiving about the tree's effect. So we have in blue a full sun system, and we can see the impact, expected impact by the farmers of the drought on the yields. So this, because some cocoa trees will die because of the drought, we will have lower yields. And then we have in orange the finely shaded system, and we see that the impacts of these droughts are lessened by the presence of trees. And after many years, this system will end up producing more than the full sun one, especially because farmers, small farmers, can't afford to replant these dead cocoa trees. So I want to precise that this is a modelization of farmers' perception, and unfortunately, it's not the result of experimental research. Next slide, please. Yeah, I won't comment this one. Can I have next slide? Yeah, so in the end, which lessons can we draw from this farmers' perception of the effect of trees on yields? We can learn that farmers are looking for a particular design of agroforestry systems. They will select some evergreen species, so species who will not have their leaves falling down during the dry period, and that will effectively provide some shade to the cocoa trees. We still need some more research to understand whether these evergreen species will not be too much in competition with cocoa, especially for water, because as they are keeping their leaves, they will need probably more water during the dry season. We can also understand that farmers are looking for species that are maintaining soil moisture, like the Ficus capensis, and species who have water exudation from leaves that can also bring more moisture in the soil during this very dry period, like Milicia excelsa and Morida lucida. So we are often talking about shade when we are talking about agroforestry, but what happens is that farmers in Côte d'Ivoire are more focused on the dry period, and at this period, many trees will have their leaves falling down. So they are not focused about shade; they are focused about what's happening also in the soil and the soil moisture. So as I explained before, this is farmers' knowledge, and we still need more research about this to really understand what happens in different systems during these dry periods. However, this farmer knowledge can help us understand better what is the rationality of agroforestry-friendly farmers, and how can we accompany them in their agroforestry adoption. We have to keep in mind to take into account risk and workload when we are promoting agroforestry with smallholders, rather than talking about yields alone. Because in between the farmer and the yield, there is this dimension of risk that is very important and that can lead farmers to adopt agroforestry. So it draws our attention on certain species related to risk reduction, as the one I mentioned before, and it can help us better design research projects and agroforestry systems. Thanks for your attention. If you have any question, I'll be very happy to answer.
Thank you very much, Alisa. This is very important as well, because we have always been saying that we should not impose a new production system on farmers. We have to bring them to accept it. And then what you just told us is that we have to understand the rationale behind their approach to agroforestry, and based on that rationale, work with them to identify and introduce the best possible trees, and then for them to understand that the yield will, of course, de facto, because you will be adopting this approach. That's quite interesting. Again, I think there are some ground here for further questions when we come to the Q&A, but it's quite an interesting perspective, and it's complementary to what we have heard up to now. So thank you. The next speaker of this session is Martin ten Hoppen. He's an epidemiologist and phytopathologist and deputy director of the research unit Plant Health Institute of Montpellier, still at CIRAD, and he works on the factors influencing population dynamics of pests and diseases of perennial crops, notably cocoa, with the aim to identify action levers for their management in order to develop sustainable management strategies. So he's also the chair of the International Permanent Working Group for cocoa pests and diseases, which also we know is quite fundamental in some of our countries. So Martin, please, the floor is yours. I'm sure you'll be bringing us also a different perspective on how we should take into account or approach the research for maintaining or maximizing the yields while adopting or proposing agroforestry solutions. Please, Martin, take the floor.
Thank you very much for having me. Elsa mentioned something at the end of her presentation, which is more research is needed, which I agree with. And I will get to that in a little while. So I'll present you something on understanding productivity in agroforestry systems. Since potential yields in agroforestry systems, in diversified agroforestry systems, can probably be as high as in full sun systems. Potential yields of the combined products and service of a diversified system can probably, but most likely certainly, be higher than in full sun systems. However, these yield potentials, purely cocoa-based or the combination of products and services, are oftentimes not achieved. So an important question arises: what are the best management strategies that allow these systems to actually live up to their potential in the simultaneous provisioning of these ecosystem services? Next slide, please. As an example, here we have a figure that actually shows results from 40 out of 58 cocoa agroforestry plots in Cameroon, which were analyzed regarding their performance for 3 ecosystem services: cocoa bean production, carbon sequestration, and natural pest control. These ecosystem services were chosen because production is considered to be the most important ecosystem service for smallholder farmers. Carbon sequestration in living biomass is important for climate change mitigation, but also contributes to other ecological services such as biodiversity conservation or natural pest control. And the level of natural pest control is crucial in many of these systems, since pests and diseases can actually profoundly impact cocoa yield. So on the x-axis, we have above ground carbon stock. On the y-axis, we have cocoa accessible yield, and the size of the circles is a measure of natural pest control. Now, the green circles in this graph correspond to the plots, the agroforestry plots, that provide the best combination of 3 ecosystem services, whereas the red circles correspond to the agroforestry systems that actually provide the worst combination of the 3 ecosystem services studies. And as we can see, 8 out of these 58 plots studied combine these services indeed in the best possible manner, while exceeding for us a threshold of 700 kilograms of cocoa per year per hectare. Unfortunately, it's only 8. But interestingly, only 5 plots combined these services in the worst possible manner, indicating that most farmers actually have a good know-how how to avoid the worst case scenarios. The remainder of the plots, and notably the dots in yellow, combine these services in an intermediate level, but mostly with yield levels below our threshold of 700 kilograms per hectare per year. So this actually shows there's plenty of room for improvement of most systems. So the question is, how do we move these intermediate plots, or even these really bad plots, to yield levels above our threshold of, for example, 700 kilograms per hectare per year, without compromising the provisioning of other ecosystem services? Now, the beginning of this answer lies in increasing our understanding of the mechanisms that govern these systems. An increased understanding will provide the answers to questions: what management strategies to employ to allow the full expression of their potential. Now, it is important then to understand quantitatively as well as qualitatively, at the biophysical as well as the socioeconomic level, the mechanisms that govern these systems. Next slide, please. Here we provide an example where we work on understanding how the presence of shade trees actually influences productivity through their impact on pests and diseases. Work from Cameroon and Costa Rica showed that the structure and composition of agroforestry systems actually influences pest and disease impact. We're from Cameroon. We showed that the mirid density, and mirid is an important insect pest of cocoa in Africa, was highest there where shading was lowest. You can see that in the upper figure. This figure shows with reddish purple coloring in the top right corner the area where light throughfall was highest. And in the bottom of that figure, we can actually see that mirid density is highest in this same area. Following up on that, it was shown, as we can see in the bottom left figure, the mirid density in cocoa agroforestry plots was reduced not only with increasing shade tree density, but also by the spatial arrangements of these shade trees. A randomized arrangement having a lower mirid density than a clustered or low density arrangement. Similarly, in Costa Rica, regularly distributed forestries reduced frosty pod intensity, and frosty pod is considered the most aggressive of all cocoa diseases. And it did so in comparison to plots with a low forestry density. Moreover, cocoa tree density was negatively correlated to frosty pod rot intensity, as we can see in the figure at the bottom right. And this is likely due to a barrier effect to spore dispersal of frosty pod. Now, these results suggest, for example, that shade and cocoa trees at an adequate density and regular spatial distribution, which provides homogeneous shading, are a good way to optimize natural pest control and mitigate as much as possible the deleterious effects of these pests and diseases. So such understanding is absolutely necessary to provide the farmers with the information needed to achieve the full potential of their production system. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, we do think that cacao agroforestry is an important means to reconcile sustainable production and ecosystem services provisioning. However, it is important to understand the system functioning to provide the information farmers need to make the informed decisions adapted to their needs and enabling them to actually maximize their different services, including cocoa yield. Moreover, this understanding is also necessary to allow for the correct valorization and remuneration of such services. However, and although I strongly believe in cocoa agroforestry, it is not an end-all solution to all productivity challenges. Right. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to your questions later on.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for, as I mentioned, I was sure you will be bringing another dimension to it, and you did actually. And but I have noticed so far that actually the quite a complex issue. We have the revenue maximization also issue as part of it, because when you're looking at services and getting paid for services, and I think Elsa also mentioned that, or it's also mentioned at the beginning by Deborah, you're also looking at how you can also, the farmers are looking into the trees to also bring them not only the shade, but also revenue, complementary revenue to maximize the income. Oh, sorry, I've been speaking. I think I was muted. I've been speaking to myself. So thank you again, and we'll be moving. And you brought another dimension to it, and now we'll be moving now to Angela. Angela, we are very glad that you accepted to step in very short notice, and you are coming to us from Mars, and then you actually have quite interesting background. You are a senior manager at Mars, focusing on strategic sustainable cocoa sourcing. But you believe in the power of business to drive positive change, and you have a flair for bringing strategies to life. Here we go. Your grandfather actually in Peru was the one who taught you who taught you firsthand actually what's now is called regenerative agriculture with a business mindset. So this led you to the Netherlands, where you complemented your industrial engineering studies and eclectic work experience gained in Peru with a master's in environmental resources management, focusing on sustainable land management. So today, Angela is a sustainability practitioner and spends her time designing and implementing sustainability programs in complex and global supply chain. I'm sure that when your grandfather was teaching you all these things, she may not be aware of where all this will be taking you. But here we are. You are here to share your experiences with us and to educate to us where we can find you when we need to be taught further firsthand on these agroforestry and yield issues. Please take the floor and tell us what you can bring to complement what has been said so far.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity. And it's right. Thank you for the comment about my grandfather, because if he were with us today, he will be surprised how much attention and energy and how much interest there is about land. And that was what he taught me. He taught me about the relationship with the land. And it just happened that throughout my career and the choices and the opportunities that life gave me, that today a lot of my energy and work, it's about our relationship with the land, which is what I'm gonna focus on. So just before we go into the topic, just as a reminder, Mark has been working on cocoa and cocoa issues for decades now. So this is something that is very close to our hearts, because as everybody knows, we cannot make chocolate without cocoa. So it's very, very important for us to really look at these topics. And since 2018, where we launched our Cocoa for Generations strategy, we launched the strategy with 2 pillars. The first pillar is responsible cocoa, which is the program where we cover a very large number of farming families. And today we have over 180,000 farming families in the program. And in the program, we focus on 3 areas: on protecting children, preserving forests, and improving farming income. The second pillar of the strategy is sustainable cocoa. And in sustainable cocoa, in recognition that achieving, going beyond those 3 things I spoke about in responsible cocoa requires more from the companies like us, but it also requires more from the partners, but it requires more from the people that are implementing in the field. So in that recognition, in sustainable cocoa, our aim, and in line with our strategy, is where we go and we look into entrepreneurial farming systems, which brings me to today and the session that I will share and what I will speak about. Today is what I'm going to talk to you about is the work that we do in Indonesia, that my colleague Jos and Samantha and Hamran are leading over there. And I just have the pleasure to share a little bit more on that. So if we go to the next slide, what you see there is a vision. The first question that we get when people see this is, where is the cocoa? The cocoa is there. The cocoa are those smaller cocoa trees, but the cocoa is there. So what is here, it's a vision with many different options and with many different other crops and companions. And this vision came literally, it came, and what we did was go into the research station in Indonesia, and we have a plot there where we started trialing this. Now, on the choice of this, where the thinking behind on the choice of crops were twofold: is how do we bring both economic as well as environmental services? And since then, what we learned, 2 things that we learned. The first one is it's very, very important being clear in what are the short, medium-term, and long-term benefits in the choice of other crops beyond cocoa. And on the short term, everybody has mentioned this already. In the short term, the focus was choosing companions that will bring economic benefits. And in the case for Indonesia, in this design, this was brought by vegetables. You will see in 2 slides from now what this means in terms of cash flow, but the vegetables are really helped a lot in this model. One learning that we had in there, in this model that you see there, the vegetables are in the middle of the farm. What we learned, and my implementing practitioner partners will say, well, you should know that before, but what we learn is that we will be much better off putting this vegetable garden closer to the house or closer to the road, rather than in the middle of the farm. So that was learning number one. Then the second point, I talk about medium term. Medium term in this model were primarily the fruits that started producing, that will start producing after 4 to 5 years. And then last but not least, there is the long-term companions. And in the long term, the choice was timber for a couple of reasons, for the potential benefit in terms of economics, but as well, timber was choice, timber trees around the farm to create windbreaks. Now, farmers see this differently, and farmers see the trees as their backup savings account. So that's also nice to see, or they also see as something that they may need to build their house or build construction in 20 years from the moment they planted. One last comment on this slide, and then I will move on, is there were other companions here that you will see that were purely chosen for their ecosystem services. And these are things such as the flowers. There is Damiana, there is a little bit of hibiscus there, over there, but what we learned, these flowers are not there to pollinate cocoa, because cocoa is not pollinated with bees, but these flowers really help the pollination of the other species of mango, durian, papaya, and pineapple. If you go to the next slide, what you will see is, so from the design, this is what it looks like today. From the left-hand side is an it's an aerial view. So from the drone, taken from the drone, those smaller, so you see 4 big trees there. Those are the sengon trees that they grew so fast. And one learning again that we had is that on planting sengon together with cocoa, is sengon is able really to learn to grow so fast, not learn to grow so fast. But also the smaller cocoa tree, the other small, what they look like bushes, those are the cocoa trees. What you see in the middle is the vegetable garden already harvested. So that's the aerial view. And then if you go to the right-hand side, what you see there is just a front view. And the tree that you see in there is really the sengon, and those smaller cocoa trees are already cocoa producing trees. So this is about, if I'm not mistaken, this is about 2 or 3 years. I hope the number, if the numbers are not super clear, we will share this later on. But the message on here is, this is what it looks like in the flow, right? This is from one of the trial plots. So this is a trial plot, and is the most diversified cocoa farm. I mentioned already we had a couple of learnings. Another thing that we learned is that we had to limit the options for diversification. Otherwise, the management of the farm is way too complicated. But what you see here, and I want you to take away from here, is first on where you start seeing the peaks of the positive net income, the net cash, sorry, of 139 and 140 that you see there, those are coming in from vegetables. That's why the focus on the short term was really on the vegetables, that after 2 or 3 months, you can generate some cash as long as you find the market, very important. But then by month 32, 34, we already see a very good production of cocoa. But we also see, compared to other different renovation of farm models, it's possible to go into a positive cash flow already by month 16, something that is very difficult to do with a cocoa monoculture system. So that's very encouraging news for sure. But now I need to talk to you about what it took to be there and what are the learnings. What we learned since then, and since this starting, can you go back to the previous slide, please? So since we started this, and since we did the first plot, we have already done, set up a couple of others. And things that we learned since this one is, I'm sorry if I'm repeating, but the first one is reduce the number of diversification to be able to manage that. But also what we are learning is the vegetables need to be very, very close to the house or to the road just to facilitate access. But also what we've learned is that it's so critical to engage the farming families. Now, some anecdotal anecdotes from the farmers that are managing these farms is they tell us that their families, they like to go to the farm. They like to go to the diversified farm because there's something to do. There's either picking up the flowers, or there is picking up some fruit, or there is something else to do. It's not only cocoa trees that could be a little bit boring for the family, but then the family looks forward to go to the farm. And that for me is the kind of thing that when we think about change, there has to be an inherent motivation for people to do something. And why we said this, the other thing that we need to share with you is the amount of care, like to be able to get to that positive cash flow in 17, 16 months. There had to be very good management. And very good management means that the farmer or the workers and the farmers going to the farm and taking rounds around the farm and taking action when they see something. That is critical. And then again, if the families are willing to visit more, that also just motivates this. The other very important thing that we learn is that these diversified farming systems work for farmers that really want to change the relationship with the land. And that's something that I appreciate, that it's a soft element of this, but it's so important because we work with so many farmers, and we have been trying to understand why is it that many farmers don't want to adopt these new techniques. And it's simply because they see the relationship with the land as a very transactional relationship. There is another group of farmers that do see a relationship with the land where they see a longer term, and they don't see it just as something where they can take things out, but they really see it as, what am I going to keep, and how do I keep the fertility of the soil for longer than a couple of years. And the other thing that we have seen is that we have seen a difference in temperature. There is more or less 4 degrees Celsius difference in temperature when we are under the cover of those trees. 4 degrees is quite a lot, especially if you need to be maintaining your farm in 35 plus degrees Celsius. So 4 degrees really gives relief to be able to even work and stay in the farm. And as the other panelists already said, cocoa is very sensitive to the sun. So having shade is very important, very, very important. What we also learned, and you saw in the numbers as well, is that when we do diversification, it can help both with the cash, but as well, but a little bit with the nutrition, but it needs to be chosen. The elements need to be chosen by the farmers. It cannot be chosen by us. And last but not least, another nice thing that we learned is really how much we need to, it's a reminder that we need to recognize that what we see here is what we see above the soil. But what a lot of the magic is happening is below the soil. And I think that richness and bringing back of that ecosystem and that richness and service of the soil, that I wish that we could measure it today. We don't have metrics today. We see very good signs. We can see the soil, the worms are back. You can feel it. People that work in the field, you know what it feels like to feel land, soil that is gaining back that fertility. We start to see very good signs. We have the data. We don't have the data, that will come a little bit later, but we have those signs. So I will leave it here for now. But this to say, as a takeaway, is it is possible to do, but it needs to be done taking into account the conditions of the farming families as well as their desires. But I'm with the rest of the people here, and I want to be an optimist that it is possible. We just need to find the right partners, and we just need to find people that really want to change the relationship with the land, because ultimately we need food is the currency between the soil and our health. and it also impacts how we manage our forests. So that's it from me from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Thank you very much. I think this is again a new dimension, new insight into it. And the good thing is that, well, we don't have much time for questions, but but the good thing is that the same way you just explained what the magic happening under the underground, there's also some magic happening behind the scene here. So many of the questions have been addressed directly in the chat, in the Q&A box. So that will compensate the fact that we don't have many time to respond to. But there are a few questions still open, or some which, even if they have been responded to, may need also to be addressed publicly, so we can go maybe a bit deeper in this. But you may not have time to look into all, but I think one of the important thing is the relations between the yields, the research for keeping the yield, but also having matching the farmers' expectation in terms of revenue maximizations. Because when we're talking about agroforestry, we're talking also about trees which are bringing revenues to the farmers. So what is the best way then to approach the issue when we're talking to the farmers? Is it that we have to go and explain to them from their own perspective what they want to do with the trees and the environment, and then de facto having as a result an agroforestry which will also be serving the purpose of keeping the biodiversity and all the rest? Or should we try to go through the angle of for biodiversity, trying to force a bit these things, because this is how we some are telling us to do it, and when we are seeing some of the regulations being prepared, the angle seems to be that one. So okay, telling them we are working toward keeping the biodiversity, and you should introduce trees in your fields, and that is it. So maybe going back from Deborah, how do you think we should do it to have a better equilibrium in this?
Thank you for this question. Actually, in my talk, I just said that production and shade level is not so incompatible that as most of the people think. But when we talk about shade, we're talking about a multitude of things. We are talking about resources, we talk about potential economic whole of the shade itself, as many panelists showed. But I think that the most important thing is that the farmers, they are the ones to decide what to do. What we have to do is just to assess some specific question in order to bring them a portfolio of options. I think that is very awkward for us to impose any sort of management to the farmers. I think the farmers, they know what they want, but sometimes they need a prospect of what should be done if they do something, what is to be expected. And this is why I think that it's very important for us to have this portfolio, not to impose anything.
Yes, well, of course, when I say imposing, I use that word.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
I mean, that's the word actually the extension services are doing somehow when you try to explain, try to convince them to come to it. But Elsa, certainly with the work you have been doing in Côte d'Ivoire, I'm sure that was that dimension, also interacting with the farmers and trying to explain to them progressively how to adopt it, and what is the role of the research institute or the researchers and extension services in so doing.
Yeah, of course, thank you. In fact, there are many, I'm not sure we should oppose yields and environmental services because there are many ways that we can improve the potential of agroforestry regarding yields, and many ways that have not been explored yet, fully explored by research and also by farmers. The first thing is cocoa variety. Especially in West Africa, where the variety that farmers are growing are full sun ones, and maybe we could come back to traditional varieties or find new varieties that are more adapted to shaded condition. That's one thing. Then when we are talking about shade, we can have many different species of trees associated with cocoa. And with Nitidae, we have gathered farmers' knowledge regarding the interaction between some species and cocoa trees. And from one species to another, we have very different impacts. So the first thing would be to have some systems that are finely shaded with positive species that have positive impacts on the system. Then, as Martin explained, the design of the trees is also very important. And so there are many ways that we can really improve or explore this relationship between yields, environmental services, and then farmers' willingness to have trees in their farms. Then I think most of us are like want to have some very how can I put it? To have some standards, certification standards with very high level of requirements regarding diversity, density, and so on. But what we have to understand is that in Ivory Coast, we are starting from almost full sun systems. So having a complex and dense agroforestry systems will take decades for farmers. So we really need to support farmers in the transition towards agroforestry system and not expect to have tomorrow these dense and complex agroforestry systems, even if it is what we are targeting. So we are trying to think at some standard that could certify also the transition, a bit like in organic agriculture, where you have 2 or 3 years of conversion. We are trying to think the same with agroforestry systems, and having this kind of payment for environmental services could also support farmers in starting with this transition and assuming to put more effort in the way they manage their cocoa farm, and maybe to lessen a little bit their yields. But we are not even sure about that. If we really look for appropriate agroforestry systems, I think we can go further in the trade-off between environmental services and yields.
Thank you, Elsa. To Martin, there's a question directly from the participant asking you if you have any guidelines on how to plant shade in order to maximize pest control. But in addition to that, to generalize a bit the question, do you have guidelines on what you presented to us, and is something we are still researching, or we have quite some findings that we can directly implement and we are sure of, to sort of speaking?
I'm a researcher, so I don't deal in absolutes, to be honest. But yes, guidelines up to a certain point. All these guidelines, the guidelines that I can give, depend, of course, on the specific context where you are working. So my recommendations for systems in Cameroon won't be the same as my recommendations for systems on Ivory Coast, nor will they be the same for systems in Central America or South America. That's depending on a lot of factors. And for example, me, since I work on pests and diseases, the first factor I will take into account is the specific pests and diseases that are present. And based on those, I will present certain recommendations. However, what we have seen from both studies in Central Africa, in Cameroon notably, and in Central America, notably Costa Rica, that there are a couple of things that are that seem to have more or less the similar ecological mechanisms behind them. One of the things is that, like I mentioned in my talk, regular shading and provided by also regular patterns of shading, shade tree distribution, seems to be, if you have shade, a better way to manage pest and disease impact. If you have aggregated or very low densities of shade, then different mechanisms that might actually favor the disease or the pest might work conjointly to actually increase the overall pest and disease impact. So in order to reduce that as much as possible, homogeneous shading provided by a more or less randomized or regular distribution of shade trees might be an option. Then what shade trees to use, well, that's again a little bit of a different story, and that depends really on the pest and disease you work with. Whereas, for example, Phytophthora is spread mostly by rain splash. So you want to have trees that actually limit the kinetic energy of raindrops in the system. Frostipod is dispersed by wind. So you would have to look at tree systems that actually reduce as much as possible the wind dispersal mechanisms. And this, going back a little bit also to what was said by Elsa and Deborah, however, in the end, it's not my decision on what to do with the system. It's in the end the farmer that decides based on his or her objectives what he or she will implement in the farm. And that is crucial. So I can provide information, but it is the farmer based on his or her objectives that will in the end decide what to do with the system. The only thing is, in order to do so correctly, he has to have the relevant information, and that's our job. Right.
Thank you, thank you. I think we have been beating, we are biting into other people's time, but just 1 minute to Angela, so you can also. There's one direct question to you regarding the size of the farm. If you can just respond to that, and eventually also in still 1 minute, there a question also linked to the cash flow analysis of the Indonesian farm. If that take into account the household labor and other non-cash outlays. So if you can just respond to those two questions, the size and then the cash flow analysis in the Indonesian, and then we'll be closing. Thank you.
That's okay, no problem. So very quickly, it's Indonesia far smaller plots, and that initial trial is of 1/4 of a hectare. The other trials that we have done are more in line with what can be managed by the farmers. And in regards to the cash flow, yes, it includes everything, including the cost of inputs. And since I still have a couple of seconds, I will say I could absolutely agree with everyone here. Is by experience, we tried to have a top-down approach. It didn't work. What we need to do is to be able to listen. And as companies, for companies, our role is to provide informed decisions. But ultimately, it's the farming families that need to decide which of these options are better suited for their reality. Thank you.
Thank you to 4 of you. I think I have quite a great session, a lot of information shared, and I'm sure the participants also did the same. We will not have more time to debate because I'm sure personally I still have questions, but I can see also some other questions from the participant. But you have the chat box, or you have also the Q&A box. So please do not hesitate to keep introducing your question, and also the speakers to respond to them. And but it's just the beginning of a conversation. I'm sure the conversation will continue. And thank you again for the opportunity for being in company of such wonderful speakers. And I'm handing the floor over to you, Ethel.
Thank you so much, Vivanu. I learned a lot from all of you. This was a fascinating panel. So yeah, congratulations for elucidating all these complex and interesting ideas. We are running 7 minutes behind schedule in the conference, but it's okay. We're going to have this break anyways, then another panel, and then we'll just squeeze the break that we had planned for after that panel. So we'll get back on track. It's not to worry. But right now, what we're going to do is just play a little video that we pre-recorded for you. Everyone can have a break. Our break is going to last 15 minutes, and then we'll reconvene for the next panel with our moderator, Wendy Arenas, and speakers Jeremy Kouassi, Moussa Aboujouam, Raoul Melendez-Valle, and Beate Weisskopf. We're going to talk about government perspectives and how cocoa agroforestry promotion can be done by, for, and with countries. So everyone take a break, 15 minutes, we'll reconvene. We're 7 minutes behind schedule, but we'll sort that out afterwards. Thanks.
Hi, everyone, and welcome. I hope you are taking a break with a cup of cocoa. I'm Hilary Fenrich from the National Wildlife Federation, and I'm here today with Dr. Ruth Bennett from the Smithsonian Migratory Bird Center. So, Ruth, let's just dive right in. What do birds have to do with agroforestry?
So my center at the Smithsonian studies birds, specifically migratory birds, And we found that since the 1970s, 2.9 billion birds have been lost from North America alone. This is over 25% of all of the birds of North America that have been lost just in this 50-year window. And many of these birds, actually about 90% of them, are migratory. And most of the migratory birds from North America overwinter in the coffee and cocoa growing regions of Latin America. That's the case for most migratory birds globally. And there's also a ton of diverse resident birds that are also threatened that live in these coffee and cocoa agroforestry systems and regions. So when these birds get down to the tropics, they encounter different types of farming systems. Here, this could be coffee or cocoa. On the left-hand side, we have a full sun monoculture, technified production, and on the right, a diverse agroforestry system that incorporates bananas, citruses, some native forest trees, some timber trees. And we use this image quite frequently in my work with kids, and kids always tell us, oh, well, the system on the right is going to have more birds, because you don't have to be a scientist to know that if you have more tree species, you're going to have a better situation for biodiversity and birds than the full sun monoculture on the left.
So we have a crisis, we have different agricultural systems, but what does this all mean exactly? And does it have anything to do with the certification that I've been hearing about?
So our center is really interested in studying these agroforestry systems in order to determine what features really make agroforestry work for birds and other types of biodiversity. Because of that, we developed the bird-friendly seal, which you can see here, and the bird-friendly certification for coffee. We're now expanding that into cocoa. We are widely considered to be the gold standard in biodiversity conservation in coffee agroforestry systems. The farms that we certify are 100% organic. They maintain a diversity of shade trees, and they contribute to forest conservation. So that's what the bird-friendly seal is today.
Love that, proudly serving biodiversity. So what is the reach of the bird-friendly program so far?
Yeah, so the bird-friendly coffee certification is 20 years old this year. And in this year, 2021, we are certifying 15,000 hectares across the world. That comes from 12 different countries. We reach about 5,000 coffee farmers, and we have an annual production of about 22 million pounds of coffee. We're just starting into cocoa, so we don't have any figures yet, but hopefully next year we'll have our first figures for bird-friendly cocoa as well.
So what exactly does bird-friendly coffee look like?
So you could kind of see in that previous slide, it definitely contrasts with full sun monoculture like we have here on the left. But there are many different types of agroforestry systems, and not all of them would qualify as bird-friendly agroforestry. So what we consider to be bird-friendly is a tall, structurally complex agroforestry system that actually is similar to forest in many ways. A disturbed forest for sure, but it retains a lot of those features of an actual forest. So what you're looking at here on the right, this is what a bird-friendly agroforestry system looks like for coffee in many of the farms that we certify. And these systems are better for birds. We found through our research in Peru that full sun monoculture coffee typically supports about 60 species of birds per farm. When you start to mix in a few shade species, that number goes up, maybe 80 species per farm, but bird-friendly certification level shade, that can have 243 unique bird species on a single coffee farm in Peru. So this really is a system that's much better for birds, both the abundance, number of individuals, but also the number of types of species that you're conserving. And when you're in these systems, when you're in these agroforestry systems, you are surrounded by bird song. So what we're looking at here, these are all bird species that breed in North America and overwinter in bird-friendly coffee plantations in Latin America. So if you're inside one of these plantations, you can hear all of this unique bird song. You look up and you see dozens of species that have traveled from North America and are spending the winter there. I'll bring up a map here. We're looking at, in pink, where our bird-friendly coffee farms are across the world. And you can see that these overlap widely areas where cocoa is grown as well. Cocoa is typically grown at lower elevations, and we currently don't have a presence in West Africa where the majority of cocoa is grown. But these cocoa farming regions broadly overlap the biodiversity hotspots of the planet. These are the areas that have the most number of species and the most unique number of species anywhere on the globe. So for our program, the Bird Friendly program, we are invested in creating a standard that works across these different biodiversity hotspots. That's the reason that we're expanding into cocoa. And additionally, cocoa can be farmed productively in agroforestry systems, which we know are better for birds than full sun monocultures.
So how do you determine what is best for birds in these agroforestry systems, whether that's coffee or cocoa?
Yeah, so as a science-based organization, we start all of our conservation activity with research. So in order to expand our standard into cocoa, I conducted a meta-analysis pulling together all of the articles that have been published across the planet about how birds interact with different cocoa farming systems. And 16 of those articles had data that I could use, pull together, and analyze collectively to figure out how birds are responding to cocoa agroforestry. So I'm going to walk you through some of our findings here. What we're looking at across the bottom is an intensification gradient with rustic shade cocoa on the left. Those are those near forest-like conditions, all the way over to low shade cocoa, maybe 1 or 2 tree species mixed in, and annual monocultures like rice and maize. So any dots you see on that dotted line, those are going to be data points where the cocoa system has about the same bird diversity as forest. Anything that's under that line means that there has been a significant loss of bird diversity compared to forest in the cocoa farming system. And what do we find? In rustic shade systems and mixed shade systems, those can maintain the same diversity of birds as forest. But as soon as we move into low shade agroforestry, so just 1 or 2 tree species, we have significant losses of bird diversity that are basically equal to the loss of bird diversity we see in annual monocultures.
So with rustic cocoa and mixed shade cocoa, I'm hearing that you're retaining biodiversity. Does that mean that all bird species survive and thrive under these conditions?
That's a great question. So when we say diversity is retained, it doesn't mean that it's the same birds as are in forest. So actually, when we split out this data set, we find that 3 types of birds do not transfer from forest into cocoa agroforestry systems. Those are endemic birds, frugivores, so birds that depend on fruit, and insectivores, birds that depend on insects as their primary food source. We call these cocoa avoiders, bird groups that typically do not make that transition from forest into cocoa agroforestry, but they are replaced in these agroforestry systems by granivores, generalist species, our migratory birds, and nectarivores like hummingbirds. So we're retaining overall diversity, but it's not the same as a forest. And this is really important to talk about. Agroforestry systems have high biodiversity conservation potential, but you also need forest adjacent or nearby to retain the full bird community.
So bringing this from high level down, what specifically, Ruth, benefits these birds in these agroforestry systems? And what criteria is met with the Bird Friendly program?
No matter what type of farm a farmer has, there are things that they can do to make that farm better for birds. We pulled together all of the evidence about what manageable habitat features on a cocoa farm benefit birds. And we find that basically anything that has to do with trees planted above cocoa is beneficial for birds. In the understory, there's less data, but it appears also that as you have more cover of understory plants, that also benefits birds, but it's not as studied as the tree species, probably because the understory is more heavily managed and weeded in cocoa farms. Then collectively, we've taken all of this data from this big meta-analysis and review that we did and used it to create the bird-friendly cocoa standard, which we are piloting and launching this year. Our standard promotes forest conservation. We know that nothing is as good as forest, especially for species that depend on the forest. It promotes shade tree diversity, high shade tree cover, so at least 30 to 40% shade cover. Some type of soil cover, though we don't have specific criteria since that depends so much on local context. Buffers around any riparian zones, and because we are a third-party audited certification, we require 100% traceability from the source, the cocoa beans, all the way to the bar.
Beyond biodiversity, what other benefits exist?
So bird-friendly cocoa also, or these types of agroforestry systems, provide broad benefits. as more consumers know about sustainably sourced cocoa and agroforestry cocoa, they're demanding that type of chocolate. So this type of certification can actually help farmers access specialty markets. It increases the longevity of cocoa plants. In agroforestry systems, diverse agroforestry systems, cocoa can basically continue to produce at a low level forever. It protects crops from climatic extremes like hot temperatures, high rainfall events. It increases soil fertility and moisture. And importantly, these trees all sequester carbon, which helps with the fight against climate change. And finally, by having trees and native vegetations, farmers invite birds and other types of animals to come into these plantations and eat a lot of the insect pests that otherwise plague cocoa.
So I am a smallholder farm in the tropics. I'm hearing this. I'm wanting to join into the bird-friendly movement. What are my steps towards implementation?
The best thing you can do is attend our Financing Agroforestry panel, which is starting directly after this presentation. And then you can also reach out to companies like our co-sponsors, Per Projet and 1-2-Tree, which work directly with industry to implement agroforestry systems in ways that are appropriate for the local context. There is no one-size-fits-all agroforestry solution. And so working with those types of companies, having locally adaptable agroforestry systems is really necessary. And finally, you can contact us at birdfriendly@si.edu if you're interested in the bird friendly standard, joining our program, or receiving bird friendly certification.
Thank you so much, Ruth. This was a jam-packed, informative break. And everyone, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful. I hope everybody had a little bit of a rest and was able to come back refreshed and energized for our next panel. So having talked about yields, which of course is one of the key aspects of what would ensure that cocoa agroforestry can work for industry, we are now going to dive into a panel moderated by Wendy Arenas about how cocoa agroforestry can be promoted by countries, for producer countries, and with producer countries. You know, how producer countries and consumer countries actually can co-create robust cocoa agroforestry systems that really work for these authorities, which are such an important part of making cocoa agroforestry successful around the world. So we have an all-star panel, and I'm thrilled to introduce the moderator. Our moderator today for this panel is Wendy Arenas. Wendy is a mover and shaker extraordinaire across Latin America for sustainable agriculture and rights. She's the co-founder of the Latin American NGO called Alisos. She's an entrepreneur. She's a social scientist by training, and she's dedicated her life to fighting inequality, curbing and trying to end exclusion of vulnerable people, and reforming unsustainable practices. And she has an incredible track record of developing and implementing more than 15 different initiatives in Latin America. I can't go into all of them here because we would be stuck all day, but in the Amazon region, Wendy co-leads Amazonas 2030, which is an accountability initiative for the Colombian Amazon region, which is very precious and beautiful ancient forests that are kind of the lungs of our planet. And that emphasizes land use, impacts of extractives, and infrastructure. But perhaps most relevant for us today, Wendy is the coordinator for the Cocoa Forest and Peace Initiative in Colombia, which is the parallel to the CFI in Ghana and Initiative Cacao et Forêt in Ivory Coast. So that Cocoa Forest and Peace Initiative in Colombia promotes zero deforestation production, sustainable cocoa, and restoration of forests within this broader context of social well-being and development. Wendy, it's lovely to have you joining us today. We're so lucky to have you as the moderator, and I'm handing over to you.
Well, thank you, Ethel. You're so kind and sweet and generous with your words, and thank you for this wonderful event you're co-hosting it yesterday, today, and tomorrow. And thank you to all the participants that are with us today. We've heard many wonderful topics throughout the conferences that we heard yesterday and the one we heard today before. So now we're going to talk about something that Ethel already mentioned, is how cocoa agroforestry promotion can be done in countries, and how can we create those enabling environments in order to have the industry, the governments, the NGOs, and most importantly, the farmers, the producers, the Farmers Association committed to agroforestry. And there's many levels of intervention that can help at this point from all actors. So cocoa priorities at the national level can affect recommendations given to farmers. In the same way, farmers can give recommendations to shaping policies as well. In the past, extension services have driven shades levels below optimal levels, below levels for cocoa production with negative sustainable implications. As you well know, more light was promoted to have better productivity. So this has had a great impact in our environment. However, and because of this, many countries have adopted zero deforestation commitments and pledges and looking to enforce mechanisms on cocoa production. Building on a success zero deforestation commitments, in this panel, we will explore how countries can come up with those commitments, how they can incorporate agroforestry and deforestation commitments in different strategies from governments, from companies, but mostly important by a joint effort. So I would love to introduce our wonderful panelists that we have today here. And I would like to start with Musaha Abu Yohan. He's the technical director in charge of forestry at Ghana's Ministry of Land and Natural Resources. He has over 25 years of experience in forest resource management with the Forestry Commission of Ghana, and played an integral role in designing, preparing, and implementing many sustainable forest management projects, including the Ghana Forest Investment Program, High Forest Biodiversity Conservation Program, and the Northern Savannah Biodiversity Conservation Project. He has coordinated the formulation of policies and legislation to reform forest management. I would very much like to welcome Musahum Abu to enter and give the first presentation of this panel.
Just like the first speaker, thank you for the tremendous research on my what I've done so far. Yes, we in Ghana principally had to adopt this agroforestry system. One way, first to remove pressure from our forest reserves, but also to increase the amount of trees within cocoa in Ghana. Cocoa is, to start with, agriculture is the main driver of deforestation in Ghana. In fact, 50% cause of deforestation, driver of deforestation, is from agricultural systems. And in that agricultural system, cocoa being a cash crop for Ghana, it takes a large part of our cost of deforestation. It is the main reason many farmers would clear more land to be able to increase their yield. And we've been grappling with that problem because farmers would want a profit. They want to increase their incomes. And the only way they've traditionally done it is to go for more land each time. They exhaust in the one piece of land and they want to move into a new piece of land. So how do we solve that problem? And again, most of them, apart from exhausting what is outside the forest reserves, started to move into the dedicated forest reserve, which is reserved for only forestry. So the agricultural system we thought was, yes, if you want to encourage farmers, you've got to increase their productivity. You've got to give them new yield. And we found out that cocoa agroforestry systems, mixing cocoa and other tree systems, actually improves cocoa yield, improves quality of cocoa. And I think it's a fact of the farmer has acknowledged. Cocoa needs some percentage of shade to grow better. When cocoa is grown outside in a very sandy environment, you could increase yield, but the quality is not as good. Secondly, trees and cocoa provide an additional income. Trees inside cocoa provide an additional income. When the cocoa is getting to its extinction, when it's finishing 30 years after, the trees become the source for additional income that they can use to restart the farm. So these are the benefits that kind of encourage us into this system. So the system essentially we adopted in Ghana is to encourage cocoa farms, each cocoa farmer, to have a minimum of 18 to 20 trees, other tree species interspaced within the cocoa. Unlike other systems that I've heard people say, now that at the boundary, it is interspersed within the cocoa. So that at least for every hectare of cocoa, we have about 20 trees per hectare. That was one policy that we tried to promote. The other policy that was mitigating against farmers allowing trees in their cocoa was the fact that in Ghana, the Forestry Commission is in charge of all trees, and the cocoa is essentially within the Ghana Cocoa Board under the Ministry of Agriculture. So sometimes there tended to be these conflicts where a timber merchant would go into a cocoa farm because he has rights to the timber, and the cocoa farmer would have no role. That policy, we had to change it. First and foremost, the farmer will have the timber merchant will have to receive the consent of the cocoa farmer before he go into his farm. Secondly, to promote the cocoa farmers even putting the 20 trees per hectare, they had to own the trees. So it's no longer, the tree is no longer just vested in the government, it's now vested in the farmer. The farmer would put in the cocoa, and when it matures, he will determine when he can cut it, and then the value will come to him. So those policy changes is what we have been trying to effect within the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. This has gone on basically as a promotional issue. We try to promote it, but of course, we had to then, under the Forest Investment Program, provide both tree seedlings to the cocoa farmers. Under the CFI, which we've finally adopted, was when we said, okay, who is the main beneficiary of the cocoa? We have a number of licensed cocoa buying agencies who work with the farmers to try and buy cocoa from them. And they also decided they will support the government, just like in Cote d'Ivoire, on the deforestation-free, to produce deforestation-free cocoa. One, in November of 2018, in Bonn, 30, at least at that time, 31 chocolate producing companies signed up to a commitment. That's what became this Cocoa Forest Initiative, that they will support us to produce only deforestation-free cocoa. They place it under 3 pillars. The first pillar is to avoid any cocoa that is coming out of forest reserves. And then, so we're supposed to provide all the maps, all the facilities, so that they can know at least this cocoa is coming out of a particular, it's not coming out from a forest reserve. So we try to avoid cocoa inside forest reserves. And forest reserves are the dedicated forests. About 16 to 20% of Ghana's land mass is set aside for permanent forestry. So we do not want to put cocoa into those forests. But outside, cocoa is allowed, just as any other agricultural product. The second thing was then how do we resolve the productivity for the forest? And that's the second pillar. That's largely handled by the Ministry of Agriculture and the Ghana Cocoa Board. They decided that they approach it in three. And I've heard a few scientists in testing out a lot of this. First and foremost was to use hand pollination to increase productivity for the farmers. So trees that used to yield only about 20, 30 kilos, 50 kilos of cocoa suddenly can produce almost 300 kilos of cocoa. So that is one effect. The third aspect is to remove all diseased and moribund trees to support the farmer. In place of this, you put in within a hectare new improved cocoa seedlings with at least 20 trees per hectare trees, and this all supported by government through various programs, through first the Forest Investment Program, through the Forestry Commission, through various projects, but principally supported by the private sector. That is the local, the buying agencies, the cocoa producing agencies who are in the field and supporting the farmers with seedlings and support to move them. Eventually, the government also will go into irrigation of such farms, which that's not started, but eventually that's the hope. So the CFI not only started as a commitment with about 35, now is growing. There are many other cocoa producing companies who are involved. It's also now improved with a lot of the farmers adopting the issue. It's moved on to registering your farm, registering it, I mean, putting trees on your farm, registering the trees for your future tree crop. What we have to do within the companies is to set up a participatory structure. Right at the top is support, policy support from the highest branch of government, ministers of environment, ministers of lands and natural resources, Minister of Agric, the CEOs of the Cocoa Board and the Forestry Commission. They give us the topmost commitment, and they hold at least 2 meetings a year to deliberate on progress in this policy. So, and after that, there's a steering committee that's implementing the CFI that invites civil society, researchers, all other artists on issues to improve the CFI. This is then rolls down to what we call technical working group. And the scientists are what are new ideas, research, and all issues will eventually give us a technology which we can use for policy. And so at all levels, this is being fed through.
Thank you, Abud. We have passed a bit over time, and we're already 7 minutes in our whole event overload. So I thank you. Sorry to interrupt you there. There's some questions that maybe I would like to ask at the end of when we open up for conversations concerning critical things that happens between different actors with different interests. I would like to introduce our second panelist, Beate Weiskopf. She is Senior Executive Secretary for the German Initiative on Sustainable Cocoa, GISCO. She has been working for the GIZ in rural development since 1990, with many years of expertise in the cocoa sector. For GIZ, she has been responsible for strengthening the cocoa value chain in Ecuador and Nicaragua, and previously she worked at the Food and Agricultural Organizations of the United Nations, FAO, and the Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation Development, the BMCET. Beate, it's a pleasure to see you again and share this panel. You will have 7 minutes. I was too generous to Abu, I'm sorry, so that you will have 7 minutes for your presentation. But we'll see if we can stretch it a little bit more. Thank you. Welcome, Beate.
Yeah, thank you very much, Wendy, and thank you to the organizers inviting me here. And I would like to present here what is done at the moment at the European platforms for sustainable cocoa with regard to promotion and commitments for agroforestry in cocoa. Please, next slide, please. First of all, I would like to present to you the national platforms for sustainable cocoa in Europe. We have the Swiss platform for sustainable cocoa. We have Beyond Chocolate in Belgium. We have DISCO in the Netherlands, and we have GISCO, the German Initiative for Sustainable Cocoa in Germany. And these are multi-stakeholder platforms. So it is an organization of the sector for cocoa in those specific countries. And all these platforms consist of different actor groups. For example, governments are always representative. The chocolate and cocoa industry is represented, the retailers, and also civil society. And within the civil society group, which is normally quite big, we have the standard setting organizations. We have also research organizations. Those four multi-stakeholder platforms we have in Europe.
You blocked, yes. Beat, I'm sorry, they blocked you because we're silencing some other mics.
Okay.
We're all set now. You could go back. Sorry about that, Beata. We interrupted you.
Yeah, no problem. So GISCO is by far the oldest organization. So it was founded in 2012. Swissco and Beyond Chocolate were founded in 2018, and DISCO was founded in 2020. Already in 2020, we agreed on a memorandum of understanding among those four platforms, and we agreed on joint objectives, on joint activities, and also on the challenges we would like to approach jointly, which are mentioned here on the slide: contribution to a living income for the cocoa farmers, halt cocoa-related deforestation and child labor and forced labor, and enhanced transparency and also traceability. With regard to our activities, a very important one which we are implementing already since last year is the development of a joint monitoring system. And we are starting just at the moment a round of monitoring round together with Beyond Chocolate, and we hope that Swissco and DISCO will join next year within this monitoring. But we are doing also a lot of activities with regard to joint learning, workshops, events, and we have already the first joint publication on traceability. So what we are doing with regard to the promotion and commitments to agroforestry. Next slide, please. Our commitments with regard to agroforestry are connected to a broader context, to the halt of cocoa-related deforestation and the promotion of sustainable reforestation and biodiversity in cocoa-producing countries. For example, in GISCO, we have a specific goal number 5 out of 12 goals, which is promoting the development and use of sustainable and diversified production system, and here in particular agroforestry system. And with regard to this goal, we have also a specific indicator which says that by end of 2025, 30% of the total area under cocoa cultivation in GISCO member projects and programs will be managed as agroforestry systems. So among the 70 members of GISCO, there are conducted more than 100 projects in the cocoa producing countries, and it is more or less similar for the other platforms. So there, this 30% commitment for the projects is quite a huge commitment, and there we are working to reach that commitment. With regard to Beyond Chocolate, there is also a reference in the annual report to establish cocoa agroforestry systems under their approaches to reduce deforestation. DISCO is also referring to agroforestry practices under their deforestation and forest degradation commitment, and also Swissco in their working group on climate resilience and biodiversity. They are tackling the issue of agroforestry and implemented, for example, last year an online seminar on agroforestry. I would like to refer a bit to our joint monitoring system we are developing, or we have developed. And there we are monitoring especially what our members are doing with regard to the implementation of agroforestry systems. We developed several questions with regard to that. And we, starting that work, we identified that we have to develop kind of definition so that everybody understands the same thing under deforestation. That was quite difficult. So therefore we decided to develop a categorization of agroforestry systems. And this categorization exists of 4 groups. So we have an entry level for agroforestry, relates to specific characteristics, for example, at least 16 trees per hectare, minimum of 3 different tree species, etc. We have a basic category, which is already a bit more ambitious. And we have an advanced category for agroforestry, which has at least 40% shade canopy, minimum 12 different native species. And we have as the most developed category, the dynamic agroforestry system. We call it here a bit like a gold standard. And this is comparable to the system which has been presented also by Petra Heid yesterday from Chocolate Halba. These categories are, if you later have the presentation, here's a link that you can have a look at the whole document. There's of course an introductory part where we refer also to the situation that agroforestry approaches should be locally adapted and should consider ecological, social, and cultural environment. There is also referred to landscape approaches with regard to agroforestry system, to the functions and benefits of the systems, and also a very important issue that the needs, preferences, and experiences of farmers is really the basis for the development of agroforestry systems. Next slide, please. Yeah, this is just an example what is coming out of the monitoring, and this is an example of the first monitoring round from GISCO, which we did end of last year. That was a pilot. So the numbers are not yet representative. We hope that in the monitoring round we are doing at the moment, the numbers will be more representative. But we saw already out from 25 projects that reported in these pilot monitoring, that already 8 projects and programs, so around 30%, are establishing agroforestry systems, and that they could ubicate themselves quite well in the different categories we developed. And only with these 8 projects and programs, we already covered 4,980 hectares of agroforestry. So this was a pilot. The numbers are not representative, but in this direction, we are expecting now representative data with our second round of monitoring, which we are doing together with Beyond Chocolate. Besides this monitoring, of course, we are doing quite a lot of activities to promote agroforestry system, not only in specific events with our members, but also in the different projects we are implementing together with partners in the producing countries, like in our project Pro-Planteurs, the GISCO project, Pro-Planteurs in Côte d'Ivoire, where also several trainings and activities with regard to promotion of agroforestry have been implemented. Thanks a lot, and I'm looking forward to your questions. Thanks, Wendy. I think I have been within the time.
No. I opened my microphone. Let me put I opened my microphone to say you're in time, but perfect, Beate. Thank you so much. I'll probably have a question at the end of our panelists. Thank you so much. Let me now introduce our next speaker. which is he's from Brazil. Raúl Meléndez Valle is the principal investigator of the Comisión Ejecutiva do Plano de Lavoura Cacau in el Centro de Pesquisas do Cacau in Brazil. CEPEC and CEPLAC is Brazil's agency overseeing cocoa. He has published widely, including co-authoring the Cocoa Quality Index for the cacao agrosystems in Bahia, Brazil. He specializes in plant physiology and crop physiology. He edits several national and international journals. As well, Raúl has experience in biological sciences with emphasis on production physiology and ecophysiology of cultivated plants, which is blooms and tissues culture in cacao. So bienvenido, Raúl. Welcome, Raúl, to our panel. You have 7 minutes. For us Latin Americans, it's difficult, so 7 minutes, but keep your main ideas and probably we'll have some questions at the end. Welcome, Raúl, again. You have your microphone off. Could you turn on your microphone?
His microphone is on.
It's on, okay.
Working. It was working earlier.
We can't hear you, Raúl. So I don't know, maybe we could
maybe we
could go to the next speaker. Yes.
While we wait
yes.
for Raúl
Raúl, we're going to go to our next speaker, Jean-Claude, while you arrange your microphone. And so let me now introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker comes from Cote d'Ivoire, and we are very happy to have you here with us. Just a minute, I'm just going to get your bio because, okay. Jean-Claude, welcome. Jean-Claude Koya used to be the environment lead of the Ivorian Ministry of Planning, represented part of the Ivorian delegation at the COPs, and is now running a major Ivorian environmental NGO called Rosidet. He brings a dual perspective to the table to deep knowledge of Ivorian government decision-making, as well as a strong Ivorian civil society perspective. Welcome you very much. I hope you don't have problems driving at this moment. Please keep your car stopped, and so we can share. Yes. And you have only 7 minutes. So please share your thoughts on the issue of this panel. Thank you so much, Jean-Claude.
D'accord. Merci bien.
And just
merci bien. Bonjour à tout le
Jean-Claude
monde.
will be
Merci
speaking
de
in French.
l'opportunité que vous nous offrez de pouvoir prendre la parole là maintenant pour parler effectivement de l'agroforesterie en général et plus particulièrement de l'agroforesterie au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Alors, ce qu'il faut déjà savoir, c'est qu'au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, déjà, il y a eu déjà des initiatives en cours au niveau du gouvernement en général pour, n'est-ce pas, promouvoir, n'est-ce pas, cette agroforesterie. Il y a une nouvelle politique forestière qui a été adoptée. Il y a l'initiative Cacao Forêt qui est en cours de mise en œuvre, qui suit son chemin. Pour dire simplement que tout est entamé. Maintenant, c'est la phase pratique de mise en œuvre réelle qui est en train d'être observée avec tous les outils qui ont été mis en place pour développer l'agroforesterie au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire. Il faut aussi dire que la Côte d'Ivoire était un pays forestier. Maintenant, avec la déforestation accrue, il y a urgence de pouvoir travailler en vue de pouvoir circonscrire, n'est-ce pas, la déforestation et s'assurer que nous évoluons dans un contexte qui permette l'agroforesterie, le développement de la biodiversité et tout ce qui est services écosystémiques qui soit bien entendu en harmonie avec l'agriculture. Alors, ce qui est important à savoir dans un premier temps, c'est dans la stratégie à mettre en place, c'est de s'assurer en fait de façon générale que nous maîtrisons le jeu des acteurs sur la question agroforestière. Parce qu'il est important que tous les acteurs soient impliqués et que chacun sache quel est le rôle à jouer pour pouvoir mener à bien cette initiative en matière d'agroforesterie. Le gouvernement jouant sa part, les ONG aussi ont une place importante à jouer parce que la première des choses, c'est de s'approprier les technologies, les moyens d'action et d'intervention. Et l'autre point aussi important, c'est comment est-ce que l'agroforesterie sera développée et comment les parties prenantes, les acteurs impliqués pourront maîtriser la mise en œuvre de l'agroforesterie selon le cas. Et nous sommes sans oublier que là, nous parlons de la question forestière et de la question de cacao, mais il y a aussi d'autres spéculations qui aussi déforestent, dont il va falloir prendre en compte. Comment est-ce que ces autres spéculations sont prises en compte dans la question agroforestière? Il faut maîtriser les technologies dans le sens et s'assurer que dans l'ensemble des interventions de tous les secteurs, qu'ils soient publics, qu'ils soient privés, qu'ils soient
Yeah, I think we have a problem with the internet of Jean-Claude. So let's give him one more minute to see if he can reconnect again.
And Jean-Claude, if you can hear us, if
Yes.
you're connecting, perhaps try it without the video on. That might give us more bandwidth.
Yes, here you are again. Could you put your mic on again, Jean-Claude? Et vous pouvez activer votre micro. I don't know. I'm just sorry for French speakers. I'm not a French speaker.
You're wonderful. You're doing great.
Entendu, c'est bon?
Great.
C'est bon?
C'est bon.
OK, thank you. Alors, donc, c'est déjà le jeu des acteurs qu'il faut maîtriser avec tout ce qui va avec. Il faut aussi permettre de mettre en place des mécanismes qui permettront, n'est-ce pas, de s'assurer d'un bon monitoring en matière de gestion globale sur le territoire national. Et la question d'aménagement du territoire est aussi fondamentale dans la question d'agroforesterie. La majorité de nos pays ne sont pas dotés de schémas nationaux d'aménagement du territoire qui, à force de loi, qui permet, n'est-ce pas, de garantir, n'est-ce pas, le non-changement d'usage des sols. Et ça, c'est un aspect très important pour la résilience même au niveau du climat, bien entendu. Et la question de traçabilité aussi est importante. C'est pourquoi, dans la question de traçabilité, il faut s'assurer non seulement que tout ce qui est mécanisme lié à l'agroforesterie, tout ce qui est initiative FLEX, tout ce qui est initiative liée à la biodiversité et tout ce qui est mécanisme lié aussi à, comment on va dire, aux services écosystémiques sont alignés de façon stratégique parce que l'un va sans l'autre. Il faut s'assurer que nous faisons de l'agroforesterie qui va contribuer aux services écosystémiques, qui va contribuer, n'est-ce pas, à la réalisation de tout ce qui est processus FLEX, qui va contribuer, n'est-ce pas, au verdissement du pays en général. Donc ça aussi, c'est des aspects très importants à prendre en compte. En ce qui concerne aussi la société civile, il faut pouvoir les outiller, leur permettre d'avoir les ressources nécessaires pour pouvoir investiguer et surtout pouvoir agir. Parce que c'est l'un des maillons faibles au niveau des acteurs impliqués. Ils n'ont généralement pas de ressources pour pouvoir intervenir. Il faut renforcer leurs capacités pour qu'ils aient les moyens d'intervention et aussi qu'ils soient sur toute la chaîne de valeur de l'intervention au niveau de, comment on appelle ça, la consultation, au niveau de l'élaboration des projets et aussi au niveau de la mise en œuvre effectivement des projets et aussi des suivis évaluations pour qu'ils puissent aussi maîtriser toute la chaîne associée. Il faut aussi impliquer les populations à la base. C'est vrai qu'il y a beaucoup d'initiatives pilotes qui contribuent à mener à bien l'agroforesterie et surtout à les développer. Mais le plus important, c'est d'assurer que les populations à la base elles-mêmes sont sensibilisées et se sont appropriées la problématique liée à l'agroforesterie et les bonnes pratiques en la matière. Parce que ce sont elles qui sont en lien généralement avec tout ce qui est forêt, parce que c'est de là qu'ils puissent généralement leurs ressources et c'est de là qu'ils exercent leurs activités. L'un des points aussi qui va être pertinent en matière d'agroforesterie, c'est la question de financement durable. Il faudrait qu'au niveau de l'agroforesterie, le secteur privé soit vraiment impliqué fortement. Nous le voyons au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire avec l'initiative Cacao Forêt. Mais l'une des choses importantes à souligner, c'est le problème lié au financement. Et là, c'est une question majeure parce que nous ne pourrons rien faire sans le financement. Et donc, dans la question liée à la responsabilité sociétale des entreprises, il faut pouvoir intégrer ces réalités-là et s'assurer que le secteur privé soutienne fortement et met à disposition des ressources qui puissent soutenir l'initiative qu'on met en matière d'agroforesterie. Ça, c'est déjà
Jean-Claude, could I ask you to wrap up?
C'est important. Et aussi, et surtout, oui. D'accord.
Thank you.
OK. C'est bon, merci. Alors,
pour
terminer, je vais dire tout simplement que D'accord. Alors, pour continuer, j'allais dire tout simplement que le plus important en matière de mécanisme de financement durable, il faut impliquer le secteur bancaire parce que tous ceux qui sont dans le domaine de l'agroforesterie, le secteur bancaire a un rôle important à jouer. Dans nos pays africains, les banques sont beaucoup plus commerciales, mais les produits bancaires à l'endroit du soutien du secteur privé, du secteur du public ou bien même des agriculteurs en général, pour qu'ils puissent mener à bien, n'est-ce pas, l'activité d'agroforesterie, nécessite des ressources financières et aussi les technologies adaptées. Alors, donc voici un peu, j'espère que je n'ai pas dépassé le temps qui m'était imparti, mais je veux dire que déjà, c'est des points assez importants en matière de moment. Tout le monde joue son rôle et qu'au bout du compte, c'est bien monitoré et que des outils qui permettent de faire de la modélisation sur le plan national et sur tout le territoire pour mettre en synergie l'ensemble des actions, des interventions et s'assurer que l'agroforesterie se développe selon les règles de l'art et que tout se passe bien pour favoriser un verdissement du pays. Voici en quelques mots ce que je pourrais dire rapidement. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Jean-Claude. Thank you so much for the insights and some recommendations in the end of what should be done in order to further go into agroforestry. I would like now to end up this panel giving the last word to Raul Melendez, which I hope your microphone is already working. And please go, okay, please go ahead, Raul.
Are you listening to me?
Yes, yes. Okay. Very well.
Okay, thanks God. Wendy, thank you for everything. Let me get out of this on the phone so I can. Okay, beautiful. Well, first of all, saludos a ti, Wendy. Okay, and good day to all of you. First of all, let me thank the coordinators for the invitation. It is an honor to be in this panel, accompanied with such selected panelists, and mainly a special thanks to you and your team for the commitment to a battle that is enormous, huge, but actually with perspectives to success if the stakeholders join hands, especially the industry and the government, to implement this agroforestry as a sustainable system for cacao production. Secondly, let me tell you that in Brazil, cacao is not seen as an enemy of the forest, as seems to be the case in some West African countries, in which cacao has been planted in forested native forests, even in national parks. This is because cacao, mainly in Bahia, has been planted through more than 260 years in a traditional system called cacao cabruca, which consists in cutting the lowest forest stratum and planting cacao under the shade of the taller native trees. The cacao cabruca agroforestry system, and that's saying agroforestry system, which means that we can interfere in Bahia, function as an ecological corridor for flora and fauna, joining remaining fragments of the Mata Atlantica forest native, which is about 7 to 8% of the total Atlantic forest. Therefore, Bahia has most of the Atlantic forest of Brazil. We saw yesterday in Shapiro's presentation some of this degradation through the years. Okay, but what's worse than in 25 years in Ghana, I believe, or some West African country, the deforestation was high. Also, this cabruca system has the effect of fixing farmers to his farm. And obviously, well-managed cabruca, the production is higher from 800 to 1,800 kilograms per hectare. I've seen that, which provides a reasonable income to the farmer. However, as agroforestry system, cacao cabruca needs management to increase the average production in Bahia from about 150 kilograms, 180 kilograms to higher levels. In that sense, Bahia, Rondônia, Pará, Espírito Santo has passed legislation for cabruca management. Part of the problem in some cabruca is the high shade density in the plantation due to the high density of native trees. So to manage this plantation, the farmer has to go and submit to the local authorities a management plan for that cabruca. In Bahia, with the harshest legislation and the lack of an equipped professional team of agronomists and forest specialists, to analyze and supervise these management plans, they have been difficult to implement. Needless to say, that CEPLAC has put in its expertise at the service of state governments for the writing of these legislations. Also, in this agroforestry sense, it should be mentioned that in Pará, through CEPLAC's technical assistance from 7,000 to 8,000 hectares per year are planted in cacao agroforestry system using native species and mostly done in degraded lands. That has contributed for the state, Pará, nowadays being the first producer of cacao in Brazil. However, seems unfortunate to say that seems that Brazilian government and also the industry commitments for support cacao agroforestry systems as being for increasing the cacao production are on paper on positive, good. However, what we are experiencing for the past years is a decline in the organization that has overseen the cacao production in Brazil for the past 64 years. The successful model integrated research and extension services together has been disabled with no efficient, immediate substitute for those services. So probably this meeting gives me and my colleagues, okay, an opportunity to ask for the help of the industry to provide his strong force to bring to policymakers in the government and Congress the plea, the appeal to strengthen this organization, since successful actions of CEPLAC improving cacao production comes ultimately to who uses that results, which is the industry, avoiding importation and also the country savings financial resources. Also, would like to suggest that the Cacao Smithsonian Agroforestry Library and its users should gain if a link of CEPLAC sites in the Brazilian Ministry of Agriculture is obtained. In these sites, we have articles of two journals, the Theobroma and Agrotropica, edited by CEPLAC and encompassing all aspects of cacao production. And they have the English abstract, so you can see what the paper is about. Okay, and I believe, Wendy, that I stop here and thank you for the opportunity. Great to see you.
Thank you, Raul. And maybe, and thank you all panelists, I'll just want to start some questions. Etel, I think we have 10 minutes, if I'm not wrong. Keep me on pace, because maybe we'll go a little bit further. So we can go all the time, up to what time?
Wendy, you're doing wonderfully, and please feel free to run a little bit over in order to be able to ask all the questions that you like. We'll just nibble into the break.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the big challenge here in this panel is how we can work together, all different actors that need to put all their effort together to really go beyond the pledges and the written commitments in order to be more ambitious in the implementations. In Colombia, as Etel was telling you, I lead the technical secretariat of the initiative, the equivalent to the CFI in Colombia, under the umbrella of the CFI, with the help of Ethan and all the World Cocoa Foundation. And we've had the challenge of pledging. 20 organizations have pledged on a zero deforestation commitment, given that in most Latin American countries, our cocoa is not the main driver of deforestation, and mainly it has been grown in agroforestry. The challenge for West Africa, for Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, is how to start to implement more aggressively or more ambitiously agroforestry systems. And of course, we need to talk between governments, industries, and NGOs. And I would like to start with this last question to Jean-Claude. And I would also ask from all of you to be very short in your answers. Civil society plays a critical role in giving transparency to the whole system, to guarantee that information becomes public, which is one of the biggest challenges that we have in the CFI initiatives, is making public information for good quality decision makings for industry, for government, for the farmers, and as well for the general public has concern on forests. So you end up saying, Jean-Claude, that transparency and traceability is a key issue, and also that financing becomes critical, not only through financing instruments in the financial sector, but also channeling, moving money towards civil society that have a third view of the whole production on cocoa. So do you have any particular recommendation on that? And so you can give us, and we can put in the recommendations that of course will come out of and that the Smithsonian Institute will share with all of us. So go ahead, Jean-Claude.
Jean-Claude,
your mic. Votre microphone.
OK,
oui.
Allô, c'est bon? Merci déjà, merci pour l'opportunité que vous me donnez de répondre à cette préoccupation. Alors, d'entendre, vous avez parlé du jeu des acteurs. Il est très important. Le jeu des acteurs, d'abord, doit rimer avec deux points essentiels: la complémentarité et la synergie. Il faut que les actions des jeux des acteurs soient complémentaires et synergiques. C'est la règle d'or pour pouvoir réussir. Complémentaire et synergique à quel niveau? Au niveau du renforcement des capacités, au niveau des financements, au niveau des technologies adaptées à l'agroforesterie. Il faut vraiment avoir cette chaîne-là en vue, pour ne pas que ce soit seulement de l'appui, des ateliers tout simples, voilà, des intentions, mais il faut passer à l'acte avec des financements qui soutiennent ce qu'on dit. Deuxièmement, en matière du rôle clé que doit jouer la société civile. À ce niveau, je pense qu'au niveau de la Côte d'Ivoire, déjà, il y a des tests qui sont pris pour l'observation indépendante qui est portée par la société civile. Mais pour que la société civile puisse mener à bien son rôle, il va falloir une certaine autonomie de la société civile sur tous les plans, pour que tout ce qu'ils vont produire comme documents ou bien comme observations et autres puisse leur permettre d'être assez à l'aise pour présenter les documents.
I think we lost
Les
Jean-Claude.
observations qu'ils ont. Il faut qu'ils aient la parole. Et je pense qu'au niveau de notre important de soutien, oui, donc de pouvoir, n'est-ce pas, agir de la sorte. Donc, permettre à la société civile d'être outillée, de faire son travail comme il se doit, mais bien entendu en synergie avec tous les autres acteurs. Comme je l'ai si bien dit, il faut les appuyer financièrement. En Afrique généralement, la plupart de la société civile manque de moyens d'intervention. Et ça, c'est un élément assez important à souligner. Comment est-ce qu'on finance la société civile pour qu'elle ait les moyens de sa politique pour mieux faire ce qui lui revient de droit? Donc, c'est tout là que se repose toute la réflexion, que ce soit au niveau des partenaires technico-financiers, des partenaires au développement, du gouvernement et même du secteur privé. C'est ce que j'avais à dire comme intervention. Je vous remercie.
Thank you so much, Jean-Claude. You put an issue that for me is critical. Giving sustainability to the commitment. Civil society can do a lot of things in terms of maintaining during different governments the issues that are of our interest. And I would like to go to Raul concerning this. You've had a recent change in an arrangement that, as I understood correctly, there was a double role in the institution that has a cocoa responsibility, and now it has been opened up. And so there's a big concern in how this science and policies can work together, which are a great deal of it gives a lot of strength to in new issues and new activities as agroforestry becomes stronger and stronger. So civil society also and other actors, as you mentioned, industry can play a big role. How can in these commitments in this multi-stakeholder actions guarantee good policies that they maintain in time, no matter who is at that moment in governments, and what recommendations you particularly would make for the specific Brazil situation right now?
Sure. So you see, in the past 64 years, the CEPLAC has worked in this sense. Okay, it was instituted by research, extension service, and technical service, and also education. Okay, and so we have three pillars in which the cacao production was maintained and sustained. Okay, first of all. Okay, that has been changed. I mean, agroforestry system is a plaque. It's a must. We live with Cabruca. We live with Cabruca, which is an agroforestry system. Okay, and so we have to know about that type of things. Okay, so we put back the cacao into the Amazon, and it's also doing excellent, doing well. Now, at this moment, at this very moment, there is a legislature, okay, that is working with the national directions of cacao policy in the country at this point, okay, and also states that the coordinator of these actions are CEPLAC, okay, and so that means that this legislation will strengthen the force of CEPLAC with financial and also human resources, okay. There is, including in the same ministry, in the Ministry of Agriculture, some person that doesn't see that legislation with good eyes. Okay, very confusing actors and interests are here in this whole situation. Okay, so what the plea that I was doing to the industry is because the industry has force, and also he has force. It could help to see that type of things are resolved. Okay, the industry and the social. But now this type of things are political. You know, unfortunately, that's true. Okay, and so we need the force of this industry to say, well, listen, actually, what we need is beans. Okay, beans. There is no beans in this country. We have to import about 60,000 to 90,000 tons each year for the industry, our industry to work. And it doesn't stay in Brazil. It has to go back. You know, there's a drawback type of a mechanism that say that type of importation has to come here and they have to exit. If they had a good supply of cacao beans from the country, they don't need to do that type of operation, and they will be fine. Okay, so it is true. You know, yesterday Shapiro was talking about the price of the cacao ton. Okay, very nice. Okay, actually, the best extension service in the world is the price. Okay, you know, it maintain the people working. But if you don't have technical assistance to put that money into the good services and technical assistance in improving the productivity and production of that farm, you don't have nothing. I mean, the money is going to be all right, okay, but the production is going to be like I said. You know, we have an average production just cabrucas and the whole cacao system in Brazil of about what 225 kilograms per hectare, which is absolutely ridiculous. Okay, ridiculous. Okay, you know, that type of productivity is about 6 fruit or something like that. 6 fruit per tree in 1,000 trees, which is stupid. I mean, nobody can put 6 fruits in a tree. That's, you know, if you put 12 fruits in that tree, you double the production. So what's going on here? You know, what's going on? Yeah. What happened is that the technical assistant is very weak. Okay, that's it. Sorry to no. The other thing is that I'm sorry to, you know, the panel was to how the countries could improve. And I am bringing you some news that are not very promising.
That's life is not a straight line. We go like this, ups and downs. Look what we had to go through with the pandemic. We never foreseen something like this happening, and we have to learn from now on. That's my personal belief, that things will be changing. I would like to ask Abu, you have a big challenge, we all have in our countries, where there's two visions within the government that usually they don't agree on several things, or they have competence in different sectors. One is the agricultural ministry, one is the forestry ministry, or the environmental ministry. And these two actors play a critical role in the CFI initiatives. How can you foresee a better way of bringing them together, and what role can play civil society in the industry in trying to come to one common vision? Because it's going to be difficult. It's always going to be difficult. In every country we have the same problem. It's not something just of Ghana, but I think that's part of the nuance of what the problems are in making our forest commitments in the CFI commitments be more ambition in the implementation. And before you answer, Abu, I would like just to make everybody aware that Ethan from the Cocoa and Forest Initiative has shared a link where the reports on Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire in terms of the industry, and Beate also has shared a link in the chat concerning the standards and definitions of agroforestry. I invite everyone to copy that link so you can look at it afterwards. Abu, please go ahead and try to give us some light on how to bring together these two visions in order to implement more easily and ambitiously the Cocoa and Forest initiatives.
Well, I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, very well.
Yes, yeah. I will start by saying that that's been the beauty of the Cocoa Forest Initiative. There has been the will for the main players, traditional players, Cocoa Board on the cocoa sector and the Forestry Commission on the forestry sector. Yes, in the past, they've found it difficult to work together. We started bringing them together and noticed the will to work together. Of course, financing, all that. And that's where the coming on board of private sector, principally the cocoa producing, chocolate producing companies, the private sector, to begin to solve the basic problems. What was it? To agree that yes, we can stop further encroachment into forest reserves. Two, we can improve. The reason farmers want to be in the reserve or cut down forest is to improve yield. So they're out, so we can keep them within their farms, but improve the yield. So Cocoa Board and Forestry Commission have started working in the last 5 years, where Forestry Commission is saying, okay, yes, we will give you, the farmers, free seedlings to put in your cocoa farms, not to improve your yield. Cocoa Board says, thank you very much. We'll also try and support the farmers with new innovations, hand pollination. So they've started to talk and look for a win-win situation. But in the mix of all that, it's facilitation by the private sector, but also principally by civil society groups who work on the ground. We have them at national and community level with the civil society groups who have explained the policy and the need to, that you don't need to go to the forest reserve before, or you need to cut down new lands before you can improve your yield. So this working relationship has in the last few years improved because of these structures. And the CFI coming together has, at the moment, would not see it as a problem, because there's facilitation first from the very and policy direction from the ministries of agriculture, lands and natural resources talking together. And that's why the oversight committee has the headships of the private sector. Then we have the CEOs of the Forestry Commission and the Cocoa Board, and they have the ministers who are heading. So when that message comes from the top, the need for them to talk becomes very easy. And that's how we've been able to resolve it.
Thank you, Abu. And this is a very important reflections. All this commitment and pressure sometimes from civil society, industries, the market, of course, will have to reach to agreements in new policies where everybody feels comfortable and everybody makes an effort, because if agroforestry becomes the main policy, there's going to be huge challenges, as Ethan mentions in his chat. Who is going to provide trees? Where are the siblings? Where are los viveros? If we are going to be ambitious about it, what is the capacity of all actors to respond to that ambitions that we have all in mind, and that we wish we could go even more further and further. I would like to close this panel with a question to Beate. Of course, the efforts you've done in Europe in order to have these coalitions or these platforms of sustainable cocoa, GISCO and all the other was in Beyond Chocolate. For us, always countries that produce cocoa, is how much more and how the industry plays a huge and key role in promoting this. And in your mind, and besides, you've been building up all the standards and giving inputs that are critical in terms of our science or technical, but how could you make a bigger commitment or be more ambitious from the industry to send a message to governments, to farmers, to NGOs in the producing countries, that we are making a huge effort, that the industry is going to go as well in the same manner, because the demands on governments are huge in terms of legislation, regulation, in terms of local farmers as well. But my question would be, how can you push a little bit more the industry to become more ambitious, and all these platforms become closer to Ghana, to Cote d'Ivoire, to Colombia, to Brazil, to Ecuador, to Peru, to build those bridges, which are also really critical?
Yeah, thank you, Wendy, for this excellent question. With regard to how what we can do to push industry more to be more ambitious, I think especially in those platforms, you see how it works, because we have strong civil society members in our platforms, and what they are doing is especially that they are pushing industry. And for example, in GISCO, we have very ambitious goals. We have really systematic approach covering all the different issues which have to be tackled for sustainable cocoa. We have a sustainability definition for sustainable cocoa, which is also very ambitious. And all that we reached through a very intensive dialogue process between civil society, between industry and retailers, and also government. And government is also is member of the platforms, and they are putting funds into specific projects and activities to support at the end the implementation of these goals. For example, in our case at GISCO, BMZ is presenting funds to develop projects around our project Planteur in Cote d'Ivoire, which are covering our goals. So these new projects cover issues like living income, like agroforestry, and so on. So I think the role to push industry within our platforms is especially the work which is doing civil society. We are quite close to the different actors, government actors, non-governmental actors, industry actors in West African countries, not so much in Latin American countries, because as I presented our challenges at the beginning, they are more challenges really in West African countries and not so much in Latin American countries. So that is the focus of our work. And also through our industry members, there is a lot of collaboration taking place through our civil society actors as well. But also, especially for GISCO, we have a GISCO representative in Cote d'Ivoire. Who is organizing workshops, who is organizing dialogues, processes, and so on, to with all the different actors organized at GISCO, also in this, especially in Cote d'Ivoire, for example.
Thank you, Beate, so much. I want to thank all of you excellent panelists. I think it's been a pleasure to be able to dive in a little bit into what these initiatives mean. And of course, we will be more than happy to share in the end when the Smithsonian Institute will share the Ayudas Memorias, the aids, and hope to see you very, very soon, Etel. I leave you the word with you. Thank you so much to all.
A warm thank you to you as well for fantastic moderation, Wendy, and to all of our panelists. You guys were so great. And I think what you just did is very important because in a way, you are helping to break through some of the silos that we see all too often between science, between farmers, civil society, industry, and government. And so by participating today and sharing some of your vision of how we can have cocoa agroforestry work for governments, by governments, with governments, how governments can create an enabling environment that empowers farmers, that incorporates the best available science, that also brings civil society to the table, and that co-creates with the industry, which of course is what is the motor behind all of this. You all have helped us begin this tough work of breaking through silos. So a huge thank you to all of you. That was just wonderful. We're running a little bit late, but as I said, it's okay, because what we're just gonna do now is skip our proposed video that we were gonna play for you during our little break, and we will just bump that video to the end of the day. So everyone will be able to see a video at the end of the day, which is an interview between Anthony Fountain, the head of the Voice Network, which is a civil society organization, coalition of organizations working towards sustainable cocoa, and Samuel Mautor from Mighty Earth, talking about the Voice agroforestry cocoa paper, which Mighty Earth had helped the other members of Voice to write, which was put out in order to sort of help frame what civil society was hoping would be good parameters for agroforestry. So we'll get to that later in the day. And now I'm going to transition us into our next panel. We are only 4 minutes late starting this next panel. Thank you to everybody on this upcoming panel for your patience. We really appreciate your flexibility. And this panel dovetails very well with what we've just been discussing. Jean-Claude Koya, the former environment lead for the Ministry of Planning of Ivory Coast, who's now heading up the environmental NGO in Ivory Coast, Rosidet, told us from the Ivorian civil society perspective a little bit about the importance of mobilizing finance, and then everybody else spoke to that as well. And so it's great because this is our panel on financing cocoa agroforestry at scale. So this is the panel that's going to delve into that subject, really nicely dovetailing. And our moderator today is somebody that you have seen from an earlier panel where he had spoken as a REDD+ expert and an expert on carbon sequestration. This is not his only area of expertise. Jean-Paul Aka is a true Renaissance man. Of course, he knows more than most humans about carbon sequestration, but he's also an expert on finance and financing sustainable agriculture. In fact, he is now the UNDP Green Commodities Program REDD expert focusing on sustainable agriculture, forest management, REDD+, agroforestry, and climate finance. Previously, Jean-Paul served as the national expert for Ivory Coast on formalizing economic and financial models for sustainable cocoa production. And he was behind proposing a raft of financing solutions for smallholder financial inclusion, to include smallholders, and also on how to raise private capital for agroforestry. So I believe that he has a tremendous amount of expertise to bring to bear today. We're so thrilled to have him as our moderator for this session. And Jean-Paul, I'm handing over to you. Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Etel. Thank you, Etel. This morning, we followed a fantastic panel on cocoa yield in agroforestry system. We also looked at how agroforestry is implemented in the countries. Now we are going to talk about the financial cocoa agroforestry. Indeed, transitioning from cocoa monoculture to agroforestry requires investment, especially to defray implementation costs to the farmers. This panel explores diverse funding opportunities and investment strategies for agroforestry implementation at the country or company level. To enlighten us on the subject, we have selected for you the best panelists with the various experience. I will introduce them all before I give the floor to everyone. The first speaker is Romuald Vaudrey. Romuald Vaudrey worked for the European Forest Institutes and lead the URED facility work on sustainable land use policies in the Republic of the Congo and Cameroon. He also contributed to the facility work on public and private partnership promoting sustainable agricultural production, landscape, and supply chain in Central and West Africa. Before joining EFI, Romuald was involved in the design and implementation of various agroforestry models in Ivory Coast in close collaboration with private sector. Thank you, Romuald, for your presence on this panel. The second speaker is Regis Militant. Regis is the head of agricultural growth in Directorate General for International Cooperation and Development of the European Commission. He helps develop private sector partnership for rural development, agricultural, and food and nutritional security. An agroeconomist by training, Regis has been posted in various sub-Saharan Africa countries, in the Middle East and in Tunisia, as first consul of the UO delegation in charge of the economic cooperation. Regis, thank you for your time and your expertise for this panel. The first speaker is Marjolaine Chentru. Marjolaine is the head of the private sector digital payment innovation, then a team for the Better Than Cash Alliance at UN Capital Development Fund, working with the global corporation to develop innovation digital payment solution in emerging markets, reaching unbanked smallholder farmers and working in the company supply chain. Marjolaine is a digital finance and inclusive finance specialist, focusing on the intersection of business, innovation, capital and development to build economic opportunity for the underserved. Previously was vice president in Citi microfinance team. Thank you, Marjolaine. The fourth speaker is the Great Financial, Oliver Unk. Oliver Unk is the Chief of Sustainable and Marketing Officer at 123's, leaders in mobilizing institutional investment in the large-scale sustainable land use in agroforestry. With an ambitious agenda for climate change mitigation, biodiversity, and regenerative farming. He managed the 123 Sustainable Agroforestry Fund, the only dedicated cocoa fund. Oliver has invested over 150 million in sustainable agroforestry project and is the Forest Finance Group. Previously, Oliver Enke was the Chief Investment Officer at Nature Bank, CEO at the Global Sustainable Agroforestry Fund. Thank you, Oliver. The last speaker is my great friend, Peter Umunei. Peter is the Africa Regional Coordinator on Forest and Climate at UN Environment Program. Peter has more than a decade of work experience with the local communities, international organizations, academic institutions, and government. Peter's work is mostly interdisciplinary and has published widely on impact of human induced deforestation, including deforestation and forest degradation on forest carbon and biodiversity, forest ecology, and management, REDD+, and forest carbon accounting, and zero deforestation in commodity supply chain. He leads the work on land use finance on cocoa forest nexus in Côte d'Ivoire. Thank you, Peter, and glad to have you on this panel. So I will have 5 minutes on communication by panelists. We start with Romuald. Romuald, I invite you to make your communication.
Yes, let me see how can I do this, because I'm not sure about sorry, I'm facing a few. This one maybe. Oh, sorry, I cannot make it from my side, so
Okay, can
I
we
don't think you can
pull up
share
his
it.
slides?
Yes,
There we go.
it's okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you, GP. So good to see you again. Thank you for the introduction. And to initiate this discussion, I propose to talk about this risk mitigation and to facilitate investment, especially in Côte d'Ivoire. Next slide, please. So to start with, I wanted to tell you a bit, not about cocoa, but about cashew, because these are the trends over the last 25 years in production and processing of cashew nuts in Côte d'Ivoire without, and I insist on these terms, any financial or technical support from anyone. And I think there's no better example of how farmers in Côte d'Ivoire can take advantage of opportunities when they arise. And as a result, in less than 20 years, Côte d'Ivoire has become the world's leading producer of this commodity. And as the country enters now in a period of timber shortages, opportunities for timber production and sales will soon be at their highest level, without any doubt. So what about the risk related to this production? Next slide, please. So first, we need to remind that in agroforestry, there's the word forestry, and that agroforestry investments will definitely not evade forestry regulation. And it's especially the case with the legal frameworks related to logging perimeters. It's PEF in French, and it's one of the most powerful drivers of tree loss in landscapes of Côte d'Ivoire, since PEF legislation still allows timber companies to harvest natural trees almost for free on farmers' customary lands, forested or not. And in theory, the adoption of the 2014 and 2019 forestry codes put an end to PEF, but in practice, the system still exists with no legal basis. And while a transitional decree is being prepared with the timber industry requiring a 10-year transition period, it's key, absolutely key for the cocoa and agroforestry sector to be much more involved in this process, I guess. Next slide. Then the conditions for the sale of timber by farmers are not defined yet either, even if those farmers own officially the land and trees. An implementation decree of the 2014 Forest Code foresaw that timber prices would be set by the Ministry of Water and Forests, but it's unclear how it will be addressed under the 2019 code. It's a pity because the sale of timber from agroforestry systems can represent a huge income for farmers and the most significant opportunity to diversify their livelihood. So again, we strongly recommend that the cocoa and agroforestry sector pay a lot more attention to this issue and not leave it up to foresters alone. Next slide, please. Now I'd like to highlight another critical enabling condition to mitigate risks and facilitate investment. I'm talking about land certification. And first, I would like to ask you this. Who among the audience today would like to invest their own money in planting trees on unregistered land and in anticipation of some unknown earning, as I said previously? Personally, I would not invest in Côte d'Ivoire in that context, and timber companies clearly think the same way in Côte d'Ivoire. So therefore, and based on our last briefing note, investors from the cocoa and or from timber sectors are strongly advised to include the issuance of land certificates in their investment models. And on this point, the good news is that despite preconceptions, delivering land certificates can be very cost effective especially when collective operations can be carried out at the level of a single community or cooperative, for instance. And next slide. And to illustrate this, those opportunities offered by land certification, I just wanted to highlight this model I've personally designed for Nitide 3 years ago in close collaboration with some of the few forward-looking timber companies in Côte d'Ivoire, and with the following commitments. First, the timber industry committed in the plantation management from planting to harvest, and in setting a minimum purchase price, which has been, of course, a critical point in motivating farmers. Then we did not ask anything from the farmers except to commit to selling the timber to the company that invested in their land. And the Red Plus project funded the issuance of land certificates, this non-negotiable condition for timber companies' investment. We could imagine now that cocoa companies could bear the related costs for the members of the cooperative they work with. And to us, this would be much more efficient and probably even cheaper to support land certification instead of distributing maybe millions of trees to farmers in such an uncertain legal environment. Finally, I would like to put forward that this model, among others, has been documented by the 1-for-20 partnerships, which Peter will tell you more about in the next presentation. So thank you very much for your attention, and happy to discuss this then.
Thank you, Romiat. So we have some risk of investment, and land tenure, legal aspect, and market can be the solution. So we are going to listening Peters, I think. So I invite you to make your communication. You have the relation with Romial.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jean-Paul, for the kind introduction, and thanks to the organizers to give us the floor in this very important conference. I would like to share the perspective of UNEP at this conference based on economic modeling that we've been doing in Côte d'Ivoire, especially in regards to cocoa agroforestry. And that economic model is basically what leads to the finance instrument that we can think of when it comes to making agroforestry work at scale. Next slide, please. So as you can see from very descriptive wording there, is that the modeling of cocoa farm economics will help basically assess how viable various agroforestry scenario would be. And this will get input from socioeconomic and agronomic characteristics of cocoa farms. So in that regard, we developed a partnership that we call 1-for-20. It's a partnership between the United Nations Environmental Programme and the European Forest Institute. And we work together to try to promote pretty much how this agroforestry can be adopted and how investment can flow in the agroforestry system in Côte d'Ivoire. We promote this through analysis because we believe we need to understand pretty much what is going on at the farm level before even we can scale it up at a more invested or investment proposals or initiatives. So to that regard, we developed an economic model just to look at from the pilot experiences from different projects on the ground and how we can inform the stakeholders and different investors in how to invest in agroforestry program. Next slide. So what I'm going to share with you are two scenarios that we came up with in developing this model. The first scenario was just to use old cocoa plantation. So we collected the data, and the data was shared with us by some of the major cocoa company in Cote d'Ivoire, in which we look at how agroforestry can be implemented in a old cocoa plantation. And as you can see from that graph, in the early years, the revenue is quite low, because that means in an old cocoa farm, they will need more labor to create space in order to add trees that are not cocoa. But as you move along, 10 years after that investment, then you start to see the profit from agroforestry, as you can see that from the green color in the bar. So the profitability of the cocoa agroforestry is only significant according to this model after 10 years, because I mean, all the labor, the revenue that farmers have to invest in the first 10 years before they get to that level. Next slide. The second scenario that we looked at was how we can use this agroforestry with other crop, food crop in a regeneration. So it means a new plantation that has been established. And if you look at this graph on the left, you can actually see how the farmer can benefit at the early stage from the food crop as they start the agroforestry system. And that profit will increase and it will stop at one point. Then the agroforestry profit will then kick in. And this really much results in greater profitability and the options for structuring financial solutions to cover the initial investment need. So if you look at these models, basically, then you can start to think about any financial opportunity or any financial investment and which model you will have to implement in order to get that profit. Next slide. So just to share three considerations here that will potentially help us in the discussion. So as you can see, the economic model is very essential. And this is very much a step to build the business cases in terms of investing in agroforestry. And by business cases, I'm thinking about the bankable cases that will potentially attract capitals to invest in agroforestry at farmer level, but also in the entire value chain and the landscape more broadly. So the financing solutions or the combination of these solutions can be diverse, but also can be case specific to the agroforestry model, to the scale, but also to the region. So the reason to use this model is basically to try to understand all of these factors depending on where you are in the world. So the combination of financing solution is very much dependent on a source, because we know you can receive this finance from impact fund, from green bond, carbon finance, and so on. But also, it is also the need of the farmers that needs to be also prioritized. Some farmers, especially the ones that we interact with, they might need the microcredit, they might need the grant, but some of them, they might just need capacity building or some input from them to benefit from this investment and then scale up the agroforestry implementation at the level that will bring benefit in nature, in carbon sequestration, and also in finance. So I will stop there, and then we will get questions during the panel. Over. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Peter. To secure funding for agroforestry, you need to demonstrate the economic viability of the model, and the profitability of the cocoa agroforestry must be the key question. So we are going to listen what is the opinion of the Regist. Regist, I would like to invite you to make your communication.
Many thanks, Jean-Paul. I will say the opportunity of the interpretation system to, if you don't mind, to present quickly what I have to tell you today in French. That's fine?
I can translate directly into English so that we can give our translator a little break. So I'll do Régis.
No, look, in that case, I will. Okay,
No.
fine.
I'll do
Many thanks. I will do it in English, not a problem.
Okay.
It will be simple. So, well, thanks to you, Etel, as well. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to present the initiative of the European Union, of the European Commission on sustainable cocoa that we launched formally close to 1 year ago. But before, I need to come back to years 2016, 2017. At that time, prices of cocoa were very low. And we are talking about finance in this panel, and this is the reason why I want to talk a bit about prices of cocoa. At that time, in our role in the International Cocoa Organization, where we are representing all EU member states, we had launched an initiative together with somebody who is with us today, Diwanu Gnasunu. He was he was at that time the Assistant Secretary General of the ACP Group. And together we decided to invite, in the framework of ICCO, all stakeholders to discuss about the issue of prices, because prices were very low. And there was an initiative from the source country to try to do something to try to cope with the situation of very low prices. It was 4 years ago. And to be frank, it was very difficult to talk about prices at that time. Industry was not keen to talk about prices. They were telling us, look, the price is a market. We cannot do anything. And they were, to a certain extent, right. And on the side of producers' countries, they were telling us, if prices are low, it's because there is a kind of oligopson on the side of buyers, of industry. And they were not totally right. In fact, the prices were low because there were too much cocoa on the market, as it has always been the case. 2 years later, 2019, we were very surprised in June to see this initiative of the producer country and a quick agreement they found with industry on the so-called living income differential. It was an agreement on a premium which was double, $400 per ton, which was double of the most attractive premium of the classical fair trade system, which was half of it, $200 per ton. So inside the commission, we had the following reflection. We said, look, why not using this opportunity of a kind of first agreement between major industries and major producers countries, Côte d'Ivoire and Ghana, to try to link it definitely to a different product, not anymore cocoa with deforestation, cocoa with child labor, cocoa with farmers producing this product living under living in extreme poverty. Why not to try to link this initiative to the idea to put on the market a new product, let's call it sustainable cocoa, free of deforestation, free of child labor, providing to their producers, to their farmers, all smallholders, a decent income. We started from that point, and we were at a time where environmental issues, I will insist mostly on that today, and not so much on child labor, but all what I will say on fighting deforestation is valid for fighting child labor. We were at a stage where we had a new commission a strong priority on environment with the launch of the Green Deal. And this was immediately followed by commitment from the Commission to put in place horizontal regulation to stop imported deforestation, to stop imported child labor. But this is an ongoing process. And of course, it's important move, but shall we treat all commodities, palm oil, soil, cocoa in the same way? What we thought was that there was, with this initiative on the living income differential, a real window of opportunity to put all stakeholders around the table and to tell them, look, industry, you are coming to Brussels asking us, it's good, we're going to have a regulation, it will create a level playing field. Great. NGOs coming together with industry telling us, we need this type of regulation, but a regulation alone is not enough. We need you to help the producer country to put in place the ecosystem, the environment, which will be conducive for complying with future EU regulation. Okay, it's not every day that you have industry and NGOs coming together telling you basically the same thing. So again, we were convinced that we had, with this idea to link higher price based on living income differential initiative and a concrete step forward in terms of fighting deforestation, fighting child labor, that was probably something which could be a real game changer. What did we do? We organized what has been called the EU Cocoa Talks in Europe to have discussion with all stakeholders to feed the dialogue, the policy dialogue we have at country level with the producer countries, starting with Côte d'Ivoire, Ghana, Cameroon. And that was important. You know, it's always a very complex process. Land issues, poverty issues, the place, the role of the trees, who can sell trees, farmers, not farmers, all things that have been raised today. So supporting farmers organization, plenty of different things, but one of the aim of the Cocoa Talks was to define what are the priorities. And after we are at the end of this process, and we have been working all together, reflecting all together on 4 issues. First, this issue of prices, of living income differential. Second, the standard. What will be the common definition of sustainable cocoa? So matter of standard is very important. How to monitor that the standard, once decided, is respected. Traceability issues. And we have been talking today already of traceability issues. And the fourth point is, of course, sustainable production. And when we are talking about sustainable production, of course, the encouragement of agroforestry practices is a key element, if not the key element. So if I can intervene today here in a webinar dedicated to agroforestry, it's of course because we attach great importance to agroforestry practices when we are talking about sustainable production. And in this specific session on financing, I want to pass an important message. Of course, we have already designed a program to accompany the development of this policy dialogue, in particular on agroforestry. Of course, we are able to provide funding for expertise. Of course, we are able to provide blended finance for big investment if there is a demand for big investment. But beyond that, what are we talking about? We are talking about, in Ivory Coast, of a product which represents something like 13–14% of the GDP. In Ghana, half of it. It's huge. And we are talking about something like in Ivory Coast, for instance, between 4 and 5 billion US dollars every year. Whatever effort we can do in the international community in terms of aid, it can be effective. But if we have the ambition, and we do, all of us, we do have this ambition to modify deeply the way this value chain is functioning in order to produce a sustainable product, it has a price, it has a cost. And that's the reason why the main incentive for producing a sustainable product is to be able to sell it at a higher price. It's an incentive and it's a must because it will have a higher cost. Whatever, and I'm convinced that agroforestry can be something very profitable, of course, but it will have a cost. And if historically cocoa is a product of deforestation and to a certain extent as well to, let's say, child labor, not very fair condition of labor, it's just because this way to produce is just cheaper. And it's not specific to cocoa. It has been the same for soy, it has been the same for all the history of agricultural production since men on this earth are producing agricultural products. What we aim at is putting an end at this cycle of boom and crisis of cocoa. Cocoa, where it is produced today, should continue to be produced in a sustainable way. And for this, we are convinced that agroforestry is probably, among other, one of the best, if not the best option. And again, we want to finance that. Let's make sure that those who are producing this product are able to sell it at a higher price. And I will finish on that. Why is it realistic today? It is realistic today because in Europe, there is a clear move and a clear willingness, and I invite you at the next webinar by end of June, where we will develop these aspects within the EU Cocoa Talks. There is a clear willingness for consumers to pay a higher price for cocoa. And in the same time, you should bear in mind that in average, in chocolate products, the cost of cocoa is 5%. The cost of the cocoa beans is 5% of the price, which means that basically an increase in average of 5% of chocolate products would allow to pay for the commodity itself, the cocoa beans, double price. So there is a margin of maneuver which is huge. It's huge if we can convince all stakeholders to act in the same time and simultaneously. And this is what is at stake. This is what we aim at concretizing. And this is the reason why we present our initiative and we present our role as EU and EU Commission as a kind of honest broker in that game. I think maybe I can stop on that, and I will be happy to respond to any kind of question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the question of the price of the cocoa is important to get around the blockade. It is necessary to promote a new product, which is sustainable cocoa. And this was the discussion at the moment with the Ivory Coast and the Ghana. So, Marjolaine, what is with your experience, how do you think, Marjolaine?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Hi everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak on this panel and be part of all the different intervention. I think I was, asked and proposed to speak and go back maybe to some of the roots of finance and look at some solutions that exist today with technology on supporting and promote access to finance for farmers, right? And I really wanted to have a discussion and hear also from the audience, why should you care about how farmers are getting paid and whether they are getting paid by cash or digitally through potentially a bank account or mobile money, and what these digital technology and promoting digital financial services can contribute to the financing of the transition to agroforestry and to a more sustainable cocoa industry, which I think is a lot of what many of the speakers are talking about today, and many of the audience as well. So the main reason is that, we conducted some estimation in Ghana, for example, working with the World Cocoa Foundation and many of the cocoa companies in Ghana. And it was estimated that around 90% of the payments of the farmers are happening in cash today in Ghana. So it means that you have banknotes, coins, and people traveling with backpack full of cash and full of banknotes. That represents around $1.2 billion per year, which is transported and bring to the farmers in cash rather than in digital solution. And so I think, from all the people on this coast that know the cocoa sector very well, you know what it means, right? So it means high security risk for a lot of the purchasing clerks or regional managers of cocoa companies that have to travel by car or by motorbike, or sometimes, walking to bring that cash to cocoa communities. It also means, and that's something that we've been able also to estimate, that you also have higher and bigger delays in operating time for licensed buying companies in Ghana, because you have to actually make several transportation of this amount and this cash, because you don't want to be traveling with all that cash, during peak season, and you have to do maybe 3 or 4 different, transports, which increase the time that you have to buy the cocoa. And for the farmers, it also means that they cannot create a track record, a formal track record of their production or of their income, because they are always being paid in cash in a way which is not traceable. And that also limits then their capacity to have access to saving products, insurance, loans, and financing for their farms. And there are also many studies today that are showing how getting access to some financial services and using some of the digital tools like mobile money and bank account and cards can help farmers to also better manage their income, better manage the volatility of the income that comes from, agriculture production. And that's especially important also for women in the household, because in a lot of cases, the women do not have access to financial services in the same way as men. And getting access to those types of tools can help them to better control their income, better control the expenses of the family. And that leads often to more school education, more money being spent on food or health and different things like that. So this is really what, we wanted to share with you in terms of the tools. And we have estimated in Ghana, together with the World Cocoa Foundation, that all this cost of cash that I'm talking about, this hidden cost of cash, is, can represent around 20% of the total revenues of the cocoa companies. So, moving to a digital transformation and promoting digital financial services for farmers, for licensed buying companies, for purchasing clerks and other agribusiness intermediaries can really bring both business value and efficiency, transparency, and better capacity and access to finance for the farmers for the transition to agroforestry. So this is really the mission that the Better Than Cash Alliance is working on. It's a global partnership which is based at the United Nations, which brings together governments, including the government of Ghana, including the government of Cote d'Ivoire, including the government of Indonesia as well, and many other. We have around 35 governments. It also brings together companies and cocoa companies and organizations like the World Cocoa Foundation, and also international organizations like the World Food Programme or FAO, to promote these use of digital financial solutions for transparency and financial inclusion. And so we wanted to make sure that this is one of the tools in finance that is really being looked at and think about in all the different programs that can being developed for the transition to agroforestry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Marjolaine. If you can guarantee the better price for the cocoa, how do we make sure the money get to producer. Digitalization can provide the solution to limit the creation of cash. At the same time, ensure financial inclusion as beginning of the financial solution. So now we are going to listen Oliver.
Yes, hello, thank you very much. So that was, all right, that looks better. So thank you very much. I think that was a great collection of the different aspects of finance. And I guess I come here from the missing piece that was mentioned in different of my predecessor speeches, which is the private sector capital. As well, ultimately what you're trying to enable through those various initiatives, but also needs to be restrained. So what 123 is doing is to try to solve exactly that, to create the access for institutional investment into well, the cocoa farming sector or agroforestry investments in general. And the way we do this is to try to address the key issue, why institutional investors are largely standing on the sidelines when it comes to land use investments. If you look at the sustainable investment universe, a lot of capital is going into infrastructure, into renewable energy, but a very small fraction of that actually finds its way into agriculture, sustainable agriculture, of course. And the main reason we believe for this is the lack of transparency and accountability, and to an extent also scale. So basically a huge mismatch between the scale of capital needed by millions of small farmers and smaller producers, and the big capital out there, which finds it really hard to actually deploy capital into these kinds of investments. And so 123 was especially designed to solve that. So we established an asset management platform that can create this transparency, can act as an aggregator and accumulator of investments, and at the same time ensure operationally on the ground through our supervision and our project development capacity that the principles that the investors expect, and also ultimately the buyers of the product, the cacao, are implemented and ensured in terms of, zero deforestation, in terms of no child labor, in terms of what is also very important to us, regenerative land use practices. And so that is a model that we have developed where we balance not only the asset management activities of the company with the operational activity and core competencies that we have on the ground, and in particular in Latin America. So maybe that's something I should stress and mention, that we are particularly active in cocoa farming in Latin America. So how we achieve this is to bring everyone to the table, to make it scalable, to bring in the quality in the production. And I mentioned transparency and accountability, but another reason that is hindering investors from investing is the risk, or the not understood risk of such an investment. The problem is that the market is largely intransparent and hasn't seen the innovations that maybe other types of farming and investment have seen. And so we focus in particular on de-risking those investments, de-risking them obviously from a reputational point of view. Many of these aspects have been mentioned, but also operationally, to particular focus on climate and resilience of the system, but also de-risking the market access, basically the volatility of the prices, which was mentioned in several points. And so what we do is what Peter actually showed in his excellent slides. We do exactly that. We take existing aging farms, and we introduce agroforestry to those, and more or less have the cash flow profile that Peter showed there. And at the same time, we develop new production that focuses strongly on introducing biodiversity, that focuses a lot on regenerative practices, that focuses on multi-crop and multi-species systems. And that's how we go about. And so far we have done that in 12 projects. So we're producing cocoa in 5 countries in Latin America. And as was mentioned in the intro, we've deployed several hundred millions of dollars into those projects. So that is large-scale farming. Now, where's the people aspect ultimately? So the objective is not to build large-scale farms and then just have them stand there and produce nice returns for investors, but to actually act as real platforms for a theory of change, basically, for a theory of change in a region that typically is devoid of formal employment, where there are large urbanization trends and so on. And to counter that, we focus our efforts a lot from these hubs, farming hubs, basically, that we establish into the communities, into the surrounding farmers to basically transport all the values and benefits that we create for our core farms, also to the farmers, and also the habitats and the environment that we act in, basically. I think I should leave it at this, and maybe close the remarks so we can get into a discussion, right? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Oliver. 1, 2, 3 solution mobilize institutional and financial with good transparency. So now we have finished to listening all panelists. I think we have the question in the chat. If you don't have the question in the chat, I have couple of questions for the panelists. Can all panelists can give the personal opinion on where do you think the major funding should come from? Carbon finance, blended public-private sector, private finance, sumless. What is the opinion for your personal opinion? And the second question is it possible to have 2 most important things to do for a financial mechanism to be able to finance and repay the potential credit? So all panelists can give his own opinion with the 2 couple of questions. We started.
Jean-Paul, let me go first, but I would like you to repeat your first question, please.
Yes, the first question is about the funding source. Yes, that is the first.
Yeah, maybe let me take that one. Our experience working on this land use finance is that somehow there are costs that an investor can't afford, and there are costs that can be only taken by public finance, right? So the idea being that costs like capacity building, costs like organizing the community, costs like all of these might not be of interest from investors, because they might see that they will invest early on quite much, and then the benefit might not be, the time they will get the benefits, it will be a bit later. So we use the approach of blended finance. I mean, we raise the money from public finance, the UN, for example, we receive money from donors and stuff like that, which money will take care of all the costs. And that will also help to attract private finance, for example. And we believe, my opinion, my first opinion, I believe that blended finance approach is the most impactful because, you know, with the public funds, you can actually work with the communities, you can support some of the early costs, you know, as we can see from the model, there is some cost for creating this new space to put trees and nurseries and so on. And that could help. And then investors, when they come, they find something more elaborated, more organized, and the production is there, then you can start the debate in terms of what the price could be, what the premium price could be, and how these farmers could get more benefit. So the second approach, the second thing that comes to my mind is also what we call the carbon finance. At one point, because these agroforestry farms, they sequester carbon as well. I mean, if you can develop some baseline to see what the condition was before implementing agroforestry and the current condition after implementing agroforestry, we're talking about reforestation, we're talking about removals, that could be something that can be traded in the carbon market. So that's just for my humble opinion for the first question. Over.
I'll be happy to try to give a reply.
Thank you, Peter.
Jean-Paul, may I intervene? Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
May I take the floor quickly?
Yes, Peter, you can.
Okay, I think I already partially to touch this point in my short presentation, but maybe it could be useful to just to give some figures on that. Let's take the living income differential, $400 per ton, which actually has been paid during the last campaign. Mostly, I would say. 2 million tons of cocoa in Côte d'Ivoire, 1 million in Ghana, means for the Ivorian economy, an additional $800 million every year. Half of it, 400 in Ghana. With this part of it, 70%, according to the fact that farm gate prices is fixed at 70% of the price of the cocoa on the world market at the price it is exported, will go to farmers. The rest will, inter alia, provide through taxes, public revenues for the government. If this money is invested in promoting agroforestry, it's a huge step and forward. Of course, again, international cooperation like the one we have at level of the European Union in countries like Ghana and Ivory Coast, we could imagine just in subsidies to provide some dozen of millions of euros every year. But in any case, we will be far from this type of amount, which has been available already this year in both countries. So the challenge is to make it perennial and to discuss with the governments and with all stakeholders, how can we help you with our expertise, with our support, with our political support in Europe, with our the role of honest broker we can play between all stakeholders until retailers at the end of the chain, to make that perennial and to help you to invest in that sustainability, which is the only way, in fact, to convince those who are buying cocoa to continue to buy it at a higher price. Because would I be an industrial of chocolate or of cocoa, they have agreed to embark into this initiative of living income differential. but they are renting something as compensation. They are happy to buy something at a higher price if it's a different price, if it's the different product. I always take this analogy, which is whatever you can think about it. We used to use Nokia phones at $50. We are now used to use iPhones at $500. Yes, it's a phone, but it's a different phone. It's a different standard. And I'm convinced that the main source of funding will come from the price that all stakeholders will be ready to pay for a new product. Internalization, in our jargon, of negative externalities.
Thank you.
I don't want to talk about blending. Of course, we are doing blending,
yes.
But the key issue is definitely there.
Yes. One question for Oliver and Romuald. I'm going to take a question in the chat, Mr. Ambert. Could the panelists give their opinion on the model recurring land ownership by investor, like 1, 2, 3, versus an approach where small-scale farmers remain the owner of the land, are both viable in the agroforestry and in the growing country? So I don't know if we can start with Romuald or Oliver.
Oliver, please.
I think there was a wave towards me. So yeah, I looked at that question. So look, we like land ownership where we're investing heavily into farming. That is clear. I mean, if you pursue an approach like agroforestry, which is time and labor and ultimately thus cost intensive, you know, if you do it in a modern precision agriculture way, then considerable amounts of capital go into the ground. We're talking about, I don't know, $10,000 a hectare if you irrigate it, etc., etc. So of course we like to have control over the land that we're acting in. You know, then you invest in infrastructure and roads and processing and so on. So, but that is talking about the farms. Now, when we talk about small producer outreach, smallholder interaction and so on, then obviously we're not interested in that. It's purely about capacity building, about improving the quality of the product that ultimately goes through our platforms. And we actually have a strong sales team that tries to exactly bypass all these intermediaries taking out cuts, so directly interact with cocoa buyers of various qualities, you know, from mass market to really high-end qualities. And so we need to ensure that for these buyers. So control is an important aspect for us. Land ownership, not necessarily so much.
If I can just add very quickly, I see, Jean-Paul, that there is also a question related to what I presented on the chat about, yes, you know, the issue of the ecosystem and how farmers can get access to their money. And you know, that is definitely one of the very difficult area today, and where there needs to be more investments and where there needs to be basically a better way for the farmers, not only to get paid digitally, but to spend digitally and get access to their money, right? I think one of the solutions to that, and that's the reason why we are working both at the government and at the private sector level, is the voice that the cocoa industry and the cocoa companies can be to show how important it is also for their sector, for their farmers, and for the capacity to finance new projects and get better access to finance. So this is really where we're saying you will need that voice for the financial service provider to start investing and for the ecosystem to start being better. And the last point I would make is that I think, you know, we all agree that blended finance is the way to go. But if you want more banks and more private sector investments to come into this, they will really ask for this transparency, this track record, which can come with the digital solution. And I think there is a lot of difficulty, you know, when you hear 90% of it is in cash and you have no way to check what's happening, you know, that's also where you're having some barriers to bring that private sector capital.
Yeah, I think Marjolaine is making a really important point here, and I think it brings together all the different aspects.
Thank you. Romuald, I think you are the last, and you can give your opinion about the 3 points that we talked about.
Yeah, but just maybe a point of clarification regarding what has been said on carbon finance, because definitely carbon finance can play a key role on this. But again, as the legal forest framework, it's pretty much the same for the legal carbon framework in Côte d'Ivoire. It's not stabilized yet. And what we recommended in the last briefing note we've released is that we need to wait, we need to wait for the stabilization of this legal framework to engage in such projects, and to think about the support of the carbon finance. And then maybe to come back on the land registration and the ownership for the producers and all the opportunities it can open, including carbon revenues, because without land registration or without securing land, it's complicated to engage in carbon projects. And regarding on these issues, and what I wanted to highlight, and Ethel already shared other studies regarding the Ghana situation, is that we are facing different contexts, but the same issues. And we definitely need to work on this, because if I'm thinking like a bank or like an investor, if I make a basic risk analysis of my investment, I guess it will not resist to the first preliminary steps of this risk analysis. So it's very critical to us to be able to rely on stabilized legal frameworks and to truly engage in land securing. And what I wanted to highlight finally is that the cocoa sector already started in this, because Hershey's in Côte d'Ivoire, in collaboration with Barry Callebaut, already engaged in land certifications for maybe different reasons, not only in agroforestry development, but it's a good start, and it's definitely something that needs to be supported, I guess.
Thank you, Romia. Thank you. We are learning that we can have many sources of the finance. We can use the blended, we can use the institutional finance, but transparency is very the key point. And with transparency, you can have the land tenure, you can have the clarification with the law about the tree ownership. You need to have the good price of the cocoa. Sustainable cocoa can be the solution. You need to have the access market for the river trees. That is all solution. I think we have more information, more good information, but you need to, you can discuss all information again. And thank you for all our speakers. Thank you, the participants. I'm very happy to be on this panel. I'm going to give the floor to Ethel. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jean-Paul, for a wonderful job moderating this extremely important panel. I think, we could talk about the science and the best available science until the cows come home, but if we can't also address how we finance cocoa agroforestry, then a lot of our discussions will remain pipe dreams. So in a way, all the wonderful scientific breakthroughs and insights that we were able to discuss and delve into yesterday on day one about how cocoa agroforestry can work for the environment and all the different myriad benefits that you can get for carbon sequestration and for biodiversity and for climate resilience, those wonderful benefits really can't be unlocked without the power of finance to turbocharge a massive global transition to cocoa agroforestry. And I think all of us in the organizing team really hope and believe that cocoa as an industry can transition at scale worldwide to becoming agroforestry and earth-friendly cocoa rather than monoculture cocoa. So we are thrilled that you all were able to sort of begin to map out many paths, many ideas, many insights into making this a reality. And I think it dovetailed beautifully with everything that the previous panel was talking about when it comes to creating an enabling environment and how government can unlock the power of cocoa agroforestry. So now you've talked about financing, unlocking the power of agroforestry. So this has all been so enlightening, so enriching. And I would love to bring it back to Jack, who opened our day. And Jack, you're also helping us close the day. You, Jack, have been working in cocoa for decades. You've been a champion for sustainable cocoa for decades, and you've thought a lot about the power of government, the power of regulation, the power of finance. You're so deeply involved in these many different strands. I think that your take on our day's panels would be extremely valuable for our audience. So I just wanted to hand it over to you and ask you, what did you find out today that was most surprising? And then we can ask some other questions as well. What surprised you? Oh, you're muted, my dear.
Most surprising, actually, I started today by saying that I'm a notorious optimist. And most surprising is that I'm still a notorious optimist, but I now have better arguments. So I think it was a wonderful day. We learned a lot. And I think people are moving in the right direction. An optimist view is that there's still a lot to do. And there's still a lot of progress to be done, and there is a lot of progress that has been made. One of the speakers said that we are breaking through the walls of silos, and that we have now a better cooperation between parties. I think today has shown that this is true indeed. In the beginning, we were talking about the conditions that need to be made, that they need to be set for agroforestry to develop, and we've seen quite some legal progress in Ghana and Cote d'Ivoire, giving the ownership of trees to farmers. We've also seen that there's still a lot to do, and that the cocoa sector needs to be attentive to developments to make sure that the benefits will go to farmers and to the cocoa supply chain sooner than they do now. We've seen progress in the field of land tenureship, also in Cote d'Ivoire. We've heard perfect examples of how Colombia is combining cocoa as an instrument for agroforestry, reforestation, and for peace, which is a very interesting one that we've also seen in countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone, where cocoa is an instrument to convince people to go back to the countryside and go back into cocoa and contribute to agroforestry in those countries. And we've had a very interesting discussion about how to finance the developments that are necessary. And there we had this statement from Mr. Meritan saying that actually money is not an issue because there has been a lot of payments already in this year, extra payments into the cocoa industry, and that it's very necessary to show to the people that have paid this that actually there is a new product that they are investing in, that they're paying for. And this new product is cocoa that is free of deforestation, free of child labor, and that's actually contributing to a living income.
Travail des enfants, et qui pourrait contribuer à un revenu décent.
Oui, effectivement, c'est ça. And that is actually contributing to a living income for farmers. And indeed, if this is the image that cocoa is showing, that this is what people are willing to pay for, and then indeed we can be optimistic about the future.
And so, Jack, another question that I wanted to ask you that was kind of burning and bubbling away in the back of my mind is, from all your different and myriad experiences, what do you think is the, or maybe not just the, but the top 3 challenges to unlocking financing for agroforestry at scale? Do you even think those top 3 challenges could be addressed in time to present a plan at COP26 for financing a transition of cocoa at scale to agroforestry?
I think it would be interesting indeed to make this inventory, and I would say that with all the progress that we've had up till now, this is actually the moment to present a plan at COP and to inform people that are not in the cocoa sector, that are not aware of the potential of cocoa to contribute to reforestation and to halt forestation, to show those people that indeed the cocoa sector is at a position to contribute and willing to do so. I think the challenges, there are a lot of challenges, and they don't all need to be solved before presenting a plan, because the plan would include solving the challenges. But we've heard today that transparency, traceability, de-risking of investments, they are challenges, and Oliver Henke has shown how this can be done at the scale of 1, 2, 3. But this is what needs to be done at the scale of the cocoa supply chain. And I think traceability is key to the solutions that we are looking for, because without good traceability, all efforts at the beginning of the supply chain cannot be shown to the people that have to pay for them.
That's so interesting. And I'm thrilled to hear you say that, because as somebody who's very involved in civil society, helping towards a better COP and mobilization of civil society worldwide for a better COP26 in Glasgow, I've heard a lot about the decision makers and the organizers around how they're hungry for nature-based solutions, and how they know that one of the big gaps in the Paris Agreement was agriculture, along with, of course, shipping and aviation. Those are the 3 big gaps. And so, yeah, maybe this is a chance for cocoa to shine like a star at COP26 and maybe even sort of illuminate a path forward for other agri-commodities by presenting a really viable plan for a transition at scale with a realistic price tag and a plan for financing. But Jack, another question I had for you is, so we've covered a lot today, but there's also, of course, just a finite amount of information that our panelists were able to cover in the very short time that we allotted to them. And so as someone who sort of sits and straddles many different spaces of finance, advising governments, advising public-private platforms, advising industry, bringing together many stakeholders, what do you think are the big gaps, the gaps that remain, that we would need to better think through when it comes to creating enabling environments from the government side, when it comes to unlocking the power of finance? Do you feel there's more research that's needed that really popped out at you from today as being kind of missing that we didn't cover?
Just finishing the other question, wouldn't it be nice, wouldn't it be wonderful to be able to say that the cocoa sector can contribute to solving partly the climate issues? I always say chocolate is a very good message. And if the message would be eat more chocolate, contribute to solving the climate issue, not saying you solve the climate issue, you contribute to solving the climate issue by eating more chocolate, that will be a wonderful message. And then about the gaps, I think we had a wonderful statement this morning that it is very unnecessary to understand the, how was it said, the reasoning, the morale of the farmers. Why are they choosing to either cut a tree or to save a tree? And this understanding is something that I think we need to develop further. So research, yes, and indeed involving farmers, and this is something that will be done tomorrow, but involving farmers in the discussion, because they are at the beginning of the supply chain. So what can we do to help them? And this morning I was pointing at new forms of diversification. And that means that we have to create a infrastructure that helps farmers moving into those new directions. And legal systems, we were talking about that earlier, in cocoa producing countries that are very important. And I think we should also look beyond cocoa production in the supply chain, because if you are in a cocoa producing country and you look at the trucks coming into the harbors, into the ports carrying the cocoa, then you see that there is a lot to be done to improve the sustainability of those trucks and to improve the labor conditions in the transport. So it's not only, what I'm pointing out is that we have to have a look at the entire supply chain and see how we can improve, and there are some gaps there.
That's wonderful, Jack. Thank you. And I think that also transitions us really beautifully into tomorrow, where we're going to be talking a lot about how excluded many farmers are from big decision making and how problematic that is and what can be done to begin to think through how do we make cocoa agroforestry farmer-centric, and how do we put farmer well-being at the heart of cocoa agroforestry, whether it is feeding into income diversification or food security packages or retirement tree. Often cocoa farmers are in countries that don't have really robust pension systems, but also making farmers more resilient financially so they're not hostage to the vicissitudes of market shocks, right? Where, you know, if you're monocropping, the price of cocoa falls and that's it, you can just go bankrupt after a couple of years, which is what we've really, unfortunately, tragically seen happen in this space in the last couple of years. So I hope that there'll be a lot of enriching discussion on that issue tomorrow. And of course, we're just only scratching the surface with this conference. We hope and believe that this is the beginning of a beautiful set of dialogues that can spill over and grow and grow and grow. So Jack, you've been a wonderful person to begin the day with and wrap up the day with. I don't know if you have any closing thoughts, a motto, save the planet, eat agroforestry chocolate, anything you'd want to share with us from your Earth optimism perspective, and then we'll play a couple videos that people can watch, or they'll also be online. So,
yeah, I was already referring to the slogan, eat more chocolate, and contribute to solving a lot of issues.
Wonderful, wonderful. Well, yes, our unofficial motto for the conference while we were creating it was save the Earth, it's the only planet with chocolate, but maybe we should say save the Earth, it's the only planet that can have agroforestry chocolate. So Jack,
or indeed, save the world, eat more chocolate.
Yes, eat more sustainable chocolate, eat more ethical, sustainable chocolate. So Jack, thank you very much. It was wonderful to have you with us today. And thank you to all the moderators, all the panelists. Of course, a warm thank you to all of our audience for participating in such large numbers. We were thrilled, and I would be remiss if I did not say a wonderful job was done by our translators and the conference organizers. So to all the translators and to the organizers, a big debt of gratitude. And we look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow for day 3, which is really about trying to make cocoa agroforestry work for farmers. And then we have some closing remarks from the industry perspective, government perspective, and science perspective. And now we'll be playing 2 videos. Please feel free to stick around and watch the videos. One is an interview between the head of the Voice Network, Anthony Fountain, and Samuel Mautor of Mighty Earth about a cocoa agroforestry paper that represents the collective thinking of many NGOs that came together to try to shed some light on what civil society expects to see and hopes to see from cocoa agroforestry and the parameters. And then also a wonderful video about the Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute project called Agua Salud. So everyone can watch these 2 videos. And of course, all the videos will be on our website as well. Thank you.
My name is Samuel Mautor. I work with Mighty Earth. I'm a senior advisor on the cocoa campaign. Mighty Earth has done a bit of agroforestry work with Voice, one particularly a position paper which came in advance of the barometer launch for 2019. I'm here with the coordinator for the Voice Network, Anthony Fountain, to speak about that paper.
It's great to be here. Thanks, Sam.
What is the rationale, or what was the rationale for publishing this agroforestry position paper?
Well, quite simply, a lot of people are starting to talk about agroforestry, but everybody is talking about something else when they talk about agroforestry. Interestingly enough, we did a survey for the Cocoa Barometer, and we asked the companies, are you using agroforestry systems? And if so, what systems do you use? Provide your definition, please. And every company had a different definition. There was literally not a single respondent that used the same terminology. And that's a problem when you're talking about agroforestry. I mean, technically speaking, using two different kind of cash crop tree crops is agroforestry in and of itself. And so often people think that it means one thing when actually it means something else. And so firstly, we really need to get a lot more clarity about what are we talking about when we talk about agroforestry, but also we feel that it's really important to provide thinking, what should agroforestry look like, right? And should we be moving to which models of agroforestry? So put simply, those cocoa growers that are now using full sun monoculture crops should be moving towards an agroforestry system of any kind, basically. But then if you are already using simplified agroforestry systems with 2 or 3 crops at most, which still to a large extent is monoculture, right? It doesn't help the biodiversity. It doesn't help the corridors of landscapes. It doesn't help in a lot of different things that you need. And so if you're using this simplified agroforestry system, then basically you should be trying to move towards much more diverse and complex agroforestry systems. So it wasn't just to create clarity on what are we talking about when we talk about agroforestry, but also to very much provide an understanding, where do we need to go? What does agroforestry need to look like? But then lastly, I think it's really important, we don't just want to give a definition. This is agroforestry, this is how you should do it, because agroforestry is really complex, right? And it's really contextual. It's based on what happens in that community, what happens in that region, what happens at that landscape. And so any properly functioning definition of agroforestry really needs to be developed at local level, but it needs to be developed with a very inclusive and deliberative approach of local communities that are involved in that process from the beginning to the end, so that you get to locally defined landscape approaches on agroforestry, however, that do have a certain minimum set of quality standards in order to achieve biodiversity and all of the other agricultural functions, or all the other protection and biodiversity functions that agroforestry can bring.
Thank you very much, Anthony. I think you mentioned our rationale, and then you also mentioned some of the important things for adopting agroforestry systems, because one of the last things we want to see with farmers is, upon all the suffering that you are suffering, we impose agroforestry definitions on them, and then they have to run and play catch up with those definitions. What should be the role of the farmer? What are the different roles that different people, different actors in the sector should play so that we can adopt agroforestry at scale?
So when you're looking at a deliberative inclusive approach, it basically means that you involve local communities, farmer-based organizations, civil society, and all of those organizations from a very early stage in your design of what are you wanting to do? What questions do you want to start answering with the program? What are the right people to have on board? How will you then start answering the questions that you have? All of those different stages already need to be as inclusive as possible. Now, what we often see is top-down approaches, right? Which is the exact opposite, which is where companies or governments, or companies and governments, or NGOs from Europe or the States come in with a very preordained plan. This is what needs to happen. Do you agree? Right? If there already is a consultation, it's often, we've already come up with the solution and we just need you to approve it. And if you want, you can change 1 or 2 things here. It's almost like the car has been designed and people still get to choose the color of the seats they're going to sit on. Now, that is not an inclusive and deliberative approach. And that's really what we want to avoid. To use the analogy of car design, the first question you have is, what kind of a vehicle do you need? What are the problems that you're going to solve with it? And then what are going to be the requirements around that? And does it need to be fast, or does it need to be reliable, and does it need to be, those are the kind of questions you need to start asking when you're talking about inclusive deliberative approaches. Now, they do need to be landscape based, because you can't solve deforestation, which agroforestry is linked to, but not the same as. You can't solve that at a farm level. You need to start talking about issues like biodiversity and soil conservation, etc. You can't solve them at farm level. You need to solve them at a much broader level. And so your agroforestry programs also need to understand and to be built into this broader landscape approach to trying to solve this, the problems.
Thank you, Anthony. And so talking about the landscape approach, I mean, if you've seen most of the CFI reports, I think they've been very impressive over the last couple of years. In the 2020 reports, over the, say, companies have accounted for over 10 million timber tree seedlings. They've distributed this much to farmers to plant. So on the surface, it looks very, very impressive, 10 million trees. But I would want to think that from distribution of tree seedlings to restored landscapes, diversified agroforestry landscape, there's a lot more that needs to happen. Now, what are the possible dangers when we overemphasize on tree distribution and even much less on how do we call it, the tree uptake or investing so that farmers can really retain trees and nurture them and help them to grow on their lands?
So there's two big questions here. And the first is whether agroforestry is the same as combating deforestation and rewilding and letting nature take over again. And I think that on that point, distributing seedlings is less important. You just need to make sure that you get that you make the land available, right? And the nature needs to take over rather than, although you can distribute seedlings of endemic trees to make that work. But that's a different question. And I think it's really important to differentiate between deforestation and agroforestry projects. But when you're looking at agroforestry and the distribution of seedlings, the problem is that you can give the tree, but if you don't know whether it's survived the first 2 or 3 years of the seedling turning into a young and viable tree, then you've got a problem. And so the distribution of seedlings, was it alive when it got there? If you leave a truck full of seedlings over the weekend, they might not be very fresh on Monday morning when they find their way to the places where they need to be planted. But also, who gets the training on what to do with these seedlings? If the training is only there for the landowners and you don't have proper tree and land tenure security, then it might be that the people that get the training on how to deal with the seedlings are actually not the people that are working on the land. And so they might just cut down the seedlings thinking it's a weed together with the other stuff. And so a lot of the stuff that comes in, we really need to start focusing when there are distribution programs of seedlings, that we need to look at what are the survival rates of the trees and not how many trees did you put in there. That's not just a problem in cocoa, right? Across the board, you can look at what are your efforts, but you need to also measure what is the impact, what is the result of those efforts. And I think that often when you only see the efforts communicated and not the results, for me, it raises a lot of question marks. So if you're not reporting the results, why are you not reporting the results? Are they that bad? And if they are bad, then we need to find out why they are bad. And if they're not bad, then we need to know that it's a success, but then you need to communicate the results.
Yes, I remember one of the papers quoted in the voice position paper was that survival rate was just about 2%. So it means then that we need to put a lot more effort beyond just tree planting and distributing trees to farmers. And so maybe wrapping it up, if there are 2 strong messages from our paper to government, industry, to all the sector stakeholders, what are those 2 strong messages from our position paper?
So the number one message is that agroforestry is not the same as anti-deforestation. They are very important, they are hand in hand, but they are very different problems. And so you can't solve deforestation by putting in agroforestry, although it's important, but they're not the same. And so that would be number one. And I think number 2 is every chocolate and cocoa company should source all of its cocoa from diverse and complex agroforestry systems. So if you're not sourcing from diverse and complex agroforestry systems, you need to develop a program to make sure that you will get there at some point. You need to work on putting in place truly complex and diverse agroforestry systems so that we can actually protect the biodiversity that still is there, because it's a really important ingredient for future-proof farming.
Thank you very much, Anthony, for your time.
Thank you, Sam. You're welcome.
My name is Samuel Mato. I work with
Everybody just stay tuned and we'll be popping in the next video in. So you can watch the little video coming up about the Smithsonian project, Agua Salud, from their Smithsonian Tropical Research Institute. And that should be queuing up momentarily.
Hoy en día, la mitad de todos los bosques tropicales del mundo son bosques secundarios, que están creciendo en suelos que alguna vez fueron deforestados para la ganadería. En el pasado, la mayoría de estos suelos degradados se abandonaban para que se regeneraran por sí solos, o se reforestaban con teca, pino o eucalipto, especies de árboles no nativos. Pero con el crecimiento cada vez más acelerado de la población humana, los bosques tropicales se vuelven más importantes. En el Instituto Smithsonian de Investigaciones Tropicales en Panamá, científicos y estudiantes de todo el mundo están aprendiendo de la naturaleza sobre cómo crear un futuro más sostenible. El experimento Agua Salud nos muestra cómo la reforestación inteligente puede mitigar el cambio climático, proteger las fuentes de agua y conservar la biodiversidad. En el experimento más grande de reforestación tropical de su tipo, sembramos 150,000 árboles y protegimos casi 8 kilómetros cuadrados de suelos degradados en la cuenca del Canal de Panamá. Los árboles están creciendo muy rápido, demostrando la capacidad que tiene la naturaleza para adaptarse ante la amenaza del cambio climático. En suelos pobres, hemos sembrado especies nativas de árboles maderables, que crecen más grande y almacenan mucho más carbono que la teca no nativa. Esto ayuda a mitigar el cambio climático y ofrece una mejor oportunidad de inversión para los dueños de las tierras. Para comprender mejor cómo los distintos usos del suelo afectan el suministro de agua, comparamos la cantidad de agua en las quebradas que drenan de potreros con las que drenan de áreas boscosas. El agua corre rápidamente sobre los suelos compactados de los potreros y se pierde, pero comprobamos que los suelos en los bosques actúan como esponjas, disminuyendo el riesgo de inundaciones cuando hay grandes tormentas y almacenando agua que estará disponible durante la temporada seca. Estamos aprendiendo de la naturaleza que si permitimos que se regeneren los bosques en las tierras degradadas, los árboles atraerán aves y mamíferos que ayudarán a propagar semillas y a polinizar flores, trayendo nueva vida a paisajes que solían ser estériles. Esta investigación pionera en Panamá nos permitirá planificar de manera más inteligente el uso de la tierra, brindando así seguridad y esperanza a las personas alrededor del mundo.
That wraps us up for today, and we're excited to see all of you tomorrow. Thank you for joining us. It's been great having you all. Bye.